Chapter 21, World of Heroes and Villains, Part 8. Disclaimer: I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party, having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. Introduce a little anarchy, upset the established order and everything becomes chaos. And you know the thing about chaos? It's fair. Joker. Star and Stripe POV. We did it. Having to stand by while I watch the other heroes do everything is not really my style, but I understand the importance of the plan. Nor can I confidently say that I could activate New Order on Dis in a direct confrontation. He who has All Might's powers. But now he has been defeated. Not even All Might can escape New Order after I successfully apply it. Removing my hand from Dis's arm, I go to inform Nizutu. Send an Iron Maiden to transport him. If all goes well he will cooperate and return the quirks he stole, if not he dies. Anyway, the day is won. I keep an eye on the villain's still form. Eraserhead does the same, erasing his quirks. Apparently it has been proven that Erasure, Eraserhead's quirk, can even erase One for All Might's quirk, because Eraserhead erased it when the boy Midoriya Izuku apparently used it. Under New Order and Erasure, there is no way for Dis to escape. Gia what dash. I've just been punched in the throat, by no one, and thrown away. I try to quickly recover. Looking around I see the impossible. Dis has his hand on Eraserhead's head and all the other heroes protecting him seem to have been flung away. Even Captain Celebrity and Endeavor who were approaching were attacked and thrown back. Eraserhead has that black mass that Dis can create around his eyes while having his quirk stolen. While kneeling I try to make an order, but I can't speak. Dis turns his head towards me. He lets Eraserhead fall to the ground unconscious. Dis's eyes are glowing red. The Erasure quirk? You look confused as if you don't want to believe what's happening. Right before your eyes. Dis speaks as he looks in my direction and approaches slowly. How did New Order not work? Is that the question running through your head? Well, the answer is, you can't handle me. You can't handle Dis. You can't handle D's nuts. KKKKKKK ahahahahaha what the heck? My brain can't process what's going on haha. Sorry. I've been keeping this joke since the beginning. Hahaha well Star and Stripe. The serious explanation is that I never considered myself Dis to begin with. He says after laughing a lot and taking a deep breath. I knew I would come into conflict with you eventually, so I prepared myself. Always be prepared, it's my motto that I inherited from a certain paranoid guy. Dis know this villain speaks while tapping his index finger on his temple. I would go after you even if you didn't come after me. And so I was careful to introduce myself under a false name. There was also danger that I would start to identify myself with this new name, so I picked up something ridiculous that I could never take seriously. He continues and I feel my face forming into an expression of shock. That means he yes. I know a lot about your quirk. I know that when targeting a living being with a sense of self, your understanding of the target's identity must align with their own. Honestly, in this world you are the only danger to me. I have a huge ego after all. My quirk is a national secret. How does he know so much? Well, I must congratulate you. You hid yourself very well from my senses. But I realized you were here the moment I appeared behind Eraserhead. The villain speaks and I'm surprised. You can hide your senses, but not your intentions. He says mysteriously, ho. I kept going to Eraserhead and even pretended to fall under the power of your quirk to make you guys let your guard down. No matter who it is, humans usually let their guard down for a split second when they think they've won. Right. He reaches over to place his hand on my forehead. By the way, do you need to speak out loud to use New Order? I attacked your throat because of that. I advanced towards him. I can't give new orders with my quirk, but that doesn't mean I can't fight. When I removed the order to be invisible, I replaced the order that I always keep active. The one that gives me super strength to be like All Might. All Might has always been my hero. I always wanted to be like him. Now I need to rely only on my body to win. But even that determination is quickly crushed by the villain in front of me. Reevil.com Bem very brave of you. I must say you are my second favorite heroine. But as an All Might fan you should know that, in this world, I am second to none physically. My opponent says as he presses my back to the ground with his foot. I can't let him take New Order. I came here with determination to make New Order self-destruct in case it was stolen, but now, with my throat crushed, I don't have that option. But I have another way. I start to discreetly open my mouth. What? The villain grabs my face and makes me look at him. He forces my mouth open and sticks 2 fingers in, pulling something out from behind my teeth. You were going to kill yourself, he says, strangely empathetic to someone with his personality. He is holding the capsule with instant effect poison. I can hear his teeth clenching. TCH. Is he mad because he almost lost New Order? It doesn't seem like that. But I don't have time to contemplate because he moves his hand quickly and I fall unconscious. Hector POV. She almost killed herself. If I hadn't been constantly seeing the future with my observation, Hacky, Star, and Stripe would be dead right now. No. I'm not mad that I couldn't have New Order, I'm mad that she would be dead. I want the least amount of irreversible damage in my stay here. I took every care that no one of the good guys was killed. But I underestimated this woman's determination. Star and Stripe is a real hero. I have a new respect for her now. I get down and start copying her quirk. That's right, copying. I can't risk her doing like in the show with Tamura, and making New Order destroying me from inside. As I'm in the process of copying New Order, I feel Captain Celebrity and Endeavor approaching. Makia. I scream as I create a barrier around myself and reinforce it with One for All, stopping the heroes' 2 attacks. I feel like it's going to take time to copy the Star and Stripe quirk, so my hands are tied. I'll give you all the chance to back off. When I'm done here, I'll go after you too, I say, watching the 2 of them through the barrier. Never. Endeavor says as he tries to bombard me with attacks. I won't let you hurt my fellow compatriot anymore, villain. Captain Celebrity screams, attacking me from the side opposite Endeavor. Less than a minute, Makia's big shadow appear above us. And with the swing of one arm he sends the 2 heroes away with the air pressure. Master, he says as he looks at me. Makia, don't let these heroes stop me from getting this woman's quirk. I say, yes. He says and moves protectively around me. Endeavor and Captain Celebrity quickly come back to attack Makia, but it's really pitiful. They barely damage the giant. Makia is really up. Makia is just defending himself and not letting them get close. I would say to him, fight back and defeat them too. But now, seeing the difference in strength, I'm afraid Makia will kill one of them. Taking my eyes off the fight, I return all my focus to copying New Order. If I put in the effort, I can speed up the process. I'm already multitasking in keeping the barrier and counting the time for future reference. Better not divide my attention even more in watching the fight. After exactly 6 minutes 22 SEC, I finally have my own copy of New Order. Too long. I know New Order is probably the strongest quirk in the world. Ignoring One for All and All for One, because they are not strong at first, they become strong by accumulating power and quirks respectively, but taking that long, I can't imagine how long it will take to copy Omega level powers in the Marvel world. Well, with practice it will probably shorten that time. Looking again at the battle of Makia vs Endeavor and Captain Celebrity, I see that both heroes look tired, especially Endeavor. They can be good at dodging Makia's simplistic attacks, but they can't return almost any damage. Damn, this is easier than I thought. Well, that's to be expected. I didn't give them an inch of advantage. I'm already much stronger. I prepare myself. I know all about these guys, and even the place and time for this battle is on my terms. Endeavor and Star can't use their full power in an area full of people like this. I remember that in the manga Star and Stripe has the help of some fighter jet planes and even receives intercontinental missiles to use in her super move. How is she going to do it here? I didn't really give them a chance to fight. It's amazing the new heights my quirk has reached with you, Hector-kun. I hear all for one's voice. Being able to copy quirks presents so many possibilities. Maybe I wouldn't fall into villainy if I had that option. We all know that's not true, Sensei. And it's my power now, don't forget that. I reply to the man who will not be around much longer. Huh. Of course, of course. Tell me, can you copy a quirk of yourself? Duplicating it to give to someone else? Me and Dr. Gariki went through a lot of trouble duplicating quirks, genetic clones, blood cultures, creation of artificial life. He continues talking. Yes, I can duplicate a quirk I already have, but it's more difficult and time-consuming than copying someone else's. I don't know why. Maybe because there's no material to work with. I started duplicating One for All to test, but stopped because I felt it would take days of concentration. I answer truthfully. But I can speed up the process thanks to the research you and the doctor have done. Thanks for making my life easier. I say sarcastically, all for one, and the doctor had a method of making multiple copies of quirks using vegetative bodies, clones, mini-nomus. Reapplying with my much more powerful power manipulation, I will be able to create an almost infinite supply of powers. The problem is that I will have to dedicate my precious time to strengthening others. It is worth it? I don't know. Maybe I'll use another travel ticket and just focus on replicating quirks in the future. Or I create a copy of All for One and give it to a trusted subordinate to do the hard work. But that's a problem for the Hector of the future. I don't really envy this guy, and in the moment I want to monopolize power manipulation, but we'll see how it unfolds in the future. Well, power manipulation is at Omega level. If I use more power boost cards, maybe I'll go beyond Omega level, and those restrictions will go away. But I feel like you'll need about 40 or 50 power boost cards to have another breakthrough. It's the same reason why I haven't used the 03 power boost cards in One for All yet. I know that the power won't evolve with just 3, so I better train by myself for now, and use it when I have about 10 power boost cards. Now it's time for me to become a rip-off Superman. With Captain Celebrity's quirk, I won't need to use multiple quirks anymore just to fly, and I feel that by combining it with One for All I can create my own Alexandria package from Worm. Let's wrap the thing for today. I reach out and telekinetically pull my mantle back to my hands. It is important for the future. But now I'm worried. I pushed Star and Stripe too hard and she almost killed herself. I have to tread the fine line where they won't get desperate, but push them far enough to break the weak-willed. I think I'll leave Endeavor with his quirk for now. And Star and Stripe not being quirkless, they'll still think they can beat me. Are you worried? Shimura-san asks in my mind. Yes. I didn't think she would try to kill herself. I say, pointing to the unconscious female hero. There are some heroes who are really risking everything in their jobs, and willing to make the ultimate sacrifice for the good of all. Shimura-san says. I know, that's why I haven't lost all hope in this world yet. Because of the few like Star, All Might and Midoriya. Makia? Clap. Ending my little chat, I give the order to Makia. He clapped his hand, making a shockwave again and stunning the two heroes, giving me an opportunity. Appearing behind Captain Celebrity between his cape and his body, I punch his back, knocking all the air out of his lungs. Then I grab the cape and throw it to the ground and follow at high speed, down with both knees on his stomach. No capes. The time he can't move because of the damage is enough for me to steal his quirk. Sorry, Chris. I like you, bear it for a while. A pillar of fire comes towards me, but Makia puts his hand in front of it, blocking it. Endeavor. Sorry, but I have some appointments. Bye-bye. Till next time. I use Smokescreen and Warp Gate to teleport along with Makia and disappear from the battlefield. Principal Nizo, outskirts of Daika City. It's a disaster. A failure, the worst outcome possible. Looking through the cameras placed on some heroes along with microphones, I see that Dino, this villain without a name, outsmarts us in every moment. He is steps ahead of us. How much did De plan ahead? For how long? The location, the time, the reinforcements taught we have were all under his control or knowledge. Does we have a traitor among us? This possibility has been raised in the past. This villain just knows a lot about us. Zing-arg. Static passes through the communicator in my ear. All the electronic equipment seems to have been forcibly deactivated in this makeshift base I am. The gasps of surprise and the fingers pointed to the sky give me a clue of the reason. The villain is above us, looking at me. He wants high specs. In an instant I see a hand in front of my eyes and then, darkness. Hector POV humming the opening Make My Story. I observe the items my various clones place in front of me. Gold, jewelry, expensive equipment, money. During the battle I made my clones loot the city. I'll try to get as much gold in my inventory to when I go back. It will be a good amount of funds to use in the criminal underworld. Did you happen to use Night Eye foresight to predict the movements of heroes? Shinomura-san asks me as I see one of my clones throwing the unconscious Principal Nizo on the floor. Night Eye gave me his quirk in good faith, so I won't use it against heroes. This should lessen any guilt feelings he has. And I think that he only cooperated so easily. Besides him seeing what I'm doing, it was to protect Mirio. I say as I create a big cloth with creation to make a bag. And get it all the loot on it. I see. Shinomura-san says, very thoughtful of you. He says, I just shrug. I can give this much of peace of mind to him. I approach the principal and copy his quirk. The case of the principal is special. If I remove his quirk, maybe he will become a mindless animal again, and even if I return it in the future, he may not recover his memories or have other irreversible damage. His capture is for me to quietly copy his quirk and use the truth to ask certain things. Truth is a quirk I got from one of Overhaul Men. When I ask the person, they answer truthfully without even thinking. Now is time to raid this world. Lady Nagant POV Tartaru's prison chaos. Everything is in chaos. Running through the corridors of the prison that kept me for so many years without even getting me out of my cell. I wonder what all this is all about. A few minutes ago I was going through another day of many, with nothing special to say, when all power in the prison was cut off. All electronic devices burned. Someone is invading. Someone was crazy enough to break into Tartaru's prison, and apparently he is succeeding. I look around and see that many prisoners are looking for a way to escape, others just wreak havoc and kill each other. Idiots! This prison is in the middle of the ocean. It is necessary to cross the bridge to get back to mainland, and whoever is doing all this must be blocking the bridge. I'll let some go ahead so I can observe the invaders' intentions. Strange. I don't see any guards. It's when I get to the surface that I meet him. A man with white hair tied in a man bun, with a half mask and a mantle covering his entire body, is floating over a pile of corpses and talking to some prisoners. You too. 15 people dead, he says before stepping forward and grabbing the inmate's head and then smashing it against a wall. I know Tartaru's prison only picks up dirt from the garbage, but I was hoping at least a few would be worth the freedom. After that he continues looking at the prisoners that emerge and looking on a tablet before killing them after listing their various crimes. Stain, don't escape. Come here, he says before reaching out and telekinetically pulling another prisoner, who doesn't have his nose, close to him. You're troublesome, you mean well. But killing some heroes is really too extreme. The man in the cloak says you don't even give them a chance to retire or revise their ideals. You kill some to set an example, and then some change out of fear. It's not the ideal. You don't change their way of thinking. And what's wrong? I will bathe in all the blood of false heroes to revive the society of true heroes. The prisoner I now know is Stain speaks. I remember him from a few years ago when I was still a hero. That's why I say it's complicated. Your idea is good, I know. I'm trying to do the same. But you've caught a lot of unsuspecting heroes in this business. Ingenium, for example, is a very nice guy. So what if they make a lot of money? As long as they help people. The real problem is the corrupt and those who aren't willing to sacrifice everything to save someone. These are the false heroes, not someone who gets a paycheck or does an advertisement. People have to eat too, you know. The white-haired man speaks as if explaining himself to a child. Let's make a deal. Follow me for a couple of weeks, don't kill anyone I don't tell you to kill, and I will give you freedom. I'll show you how to efficiently change society. He continues holding out his hand to the inmate, but the villain Stain doesn't move. Whatever, you have until I finish my conversation with the other person to think. Lady Nagant, step forward please, he says, and my body goes cold for a moment before I come down. I know I'm rusty, but to be found so easily. I've seen this guy dispatch villains like Muscular with a slap. I don't stand a chance against him, and with him already knowing where I am, I won't be able to land a good shot. The distance is not too great for me to feel comfortable. So I decide to face this guy. Nothing can get worse. Lady Nagant. Tsutsumi Kana. Former heroine, lose faith in the system. Arrested after killing her superior. Tell me, do you want the downfall of the current hero system? Do you want everything bad to be exposed? To the good and evil of the hero profession be known to the world? He speaks to me. I just look back. But after I see he won't proceed, I nod. So I have a job for you, he says. So he's just another one who wants to use me, huh? A trained assassin is always useful. Do you have any experience in babysitting? Wadash? Next day, Hector POV. It's all about visualization, Eri. You have to visualize what you want to rewind. You already know how your quirk works, so you have to visualize two main things. I say to Eri next to a lizard without a tail. Lady Nagant is just a few steps away watching us with an odd expression on her face. Visualize your power being poured out of your body and being poured into your target like water flowing from a faucet into a vessel. You don't need to open the faucet all the way. It can be little by little. And you need to visualize what you want to return to the previous state. Try it. I continue and watch Eri holding out her little hands to the lizard direction. She closes her eyes in an expression of concentration and effort. Cute. Then her horn glows a little and then her hands. 47 seconds later the lizard's tail is already brand new. She is very careful and cautious in the use of her power. She took it from me. Nice job, Eri. I grab her under the armpits and start twirling her in the air. Hearing her laugh makes it all worth it. After that I start tickling her and play around a little. Then I realize it's time for me to continue my other works. Look, Aunt Tsutsumi is waiting to the lesson. Go with her, I have some work to do, I say and lead her to Lady Nagant. With a nod and giving me an odd look, Lady Nagant takes Eri away. Lady Nagant is taking care of Eri while I do more villainous activities. She is a Japanese woman so she can teach hiragana and katakana better than me. And she is a woman, so she can take care of a little girl better than me too. Last night I told Eri's story to Lady Nagant and saw that she really feels bad for what Eri has been through, and will genuinely take care of her. I'm also doing this for Lady Nagant. In the manga Lady Nagant had an optimistic view of hero work, but after committing several murders at her superior's commands she got lost. Her breaking point is when a group of children surround her, and she can't even touch them for fear of smearing them with her blood-stained hands. So having her in contact with Eri should help her a little bit, I think. Also, I won't be here forever. I feel a mental tap on my shoulder and see Shimura-san looking at me with a worried expression. She doesn't know what I feel or think when I don't want to share it with the holders in my mind, so she doesn't know why I feel down. It's okay, Shimura-san. Just a little tired, I say. You can rest, Hector. You don't need to be moving every moment. I can't even remember the last time you slept. She tells me relax, I've already rested in my time with Eri, and I have a lot to do. I'll rest after today, I say and move to the lab observing the various machines operating. I make the necessary changes that they ask for. Thanks to Principal Nizu's quirk, my work is progressing smoothly. High specs not only boost my already super genius level intelligence, but my dexterity, accuracy, concentration, and various other subtle attributes. Very good passive quirk. I believe that now I must only lose in intelligence to those at the level of Reed Richards. But I will soon surpass him too. It's all in the schedule. In 5 days I will start the practical tests. In the meantime, time to take a trip to the movie locations and hunt for more quirks. Last night, Tartarus wasn't the only prison I attacked. I freed prisoners from several other locations, but I killed and caught the quirks of the wildest and most dangerous inmates. I want to make hero work harder, so only those with true dedication can continue. After one last tour around the labs, checking prisoners, nomas, equipment, I approach where Eri and Lady Nagant are. I have already released Principal Nizo. I threw him in front of the UA, who knows if he doesn't have a locator in himself. I'm not bringing him to the lab. Looking over Eri's shoulder I see the crooked lines of her writing. The poor girl never had a formal education. She doesn't know how to read and write, and she doesn't even know common sense about the world. TCH. Wanting to kill overhaul again. You added an extra line here, Eri. I say pointing to a word she misspelled, and giving head pats. But you got everything else right. Congratulations, Aunt Kana, teach really well. She says excitedly before going back to the sheet of paper and writing down more of the words she learned to show me. Aunt Kana, huh. First name, is Eri melting your heart too, Lady Nagant? Giving her a smirk, I see her looking away. I'll go do a job now. I'll take the other two. When I get back, we'll get ready to go to the beach. Tomorrow we'll travel, be ready. I say to both of them. After explaining to Eri what the beach is, I leave the two to the lesson. Keeping my suit, I approach Stain and Makia. Let's go to Europe, I say opening a portal. Uthian, humorize. Base Stain POV Hector. That's the name the man who broke into Tartaru's prison is called. I don't know if it's his real name, the media calls him Dis. He said he gave me his name Hector because the name Dis is no longer useful, but asked not to call him out loud in public. After many teleports we are now looking at the base of a religious cult that believes that quirks are curses for humanity, and plans to kill everyone who has quirks. According to what Hector showed me, even children who have just manifested their quirks are killed by them. I'll have no mercy to finish off the bastards. Last night Hector told me his plan. The plan to give this world a fresh start. I don't know if it will work, but I'm willing to side with him to see how this ends. If in 2 weeks he fails, I'll cut off his head even if it kills me. When I told him that, he just laughed and said I'm free to try. Squeezing the grip of the new katana, I begin to slaughter these cultists. Hector P.O.V. While Stain and Makia cause trouble, I will hunt down the members of this cult that has quirks. The next step in my plan is to visit the locations from the BNHA World movies to pick up some powerful quirks. I'll start with this one, because in the other I'll take advantage of the place and take Eri to the beach and relax a little. I'm not going to get the quirks just from the villains either. I will copy from all people of interest that I see. I'm giving Japan time to suffer a little from the release of the criminals. Honestly, by the news, the heroes don't have much problem recapturing the villains. But it is too much work and the population is not worshipping the profession as before. Some have already left the profession. Pathetic. Destroying a large door, I enter the main chamber of this base. Flecked turn? Your Blue Man Group membership card is here. Come sign the papers. Makia POV. These little ants are annoying. But the master ordered me to draw as much attention as possible. And the master's orders are absolute. Makia. Stain. Retreat as far as possible. I will do something big. I hear master's voice on my radio and start to run. On the way I meet the little man with a sword who is now following the master. Picking him up and throwing him on my back, I run faster. After a long time. When I'm far enough away I listen. Boom! A big explosion at the place we were attacking. So I saw a giant, much bigger than Makia. I know it's the master. Incredible. It roars to the sky and start to change color, hardening. Spikes appear from the ground in all directions, like a forest of giant spikes. And the giant becomes a great statue. The master is the greatest. As such a great move, people for miles can see the master's image. And you can see his power. Tears run down my face. Master. Hector POV. I finally tested the nuke titan. I transform into the biggest form possible and emit heat and steam in large quantities. The super move of the colossal titan. Looking from the top of my crystallized statue, I can see that my titan form is about 320 meters. And the explosion had miles of radius. The colossal titan is 60 meters tall, and he can destroy a harbor. So I think it's just natural. Honestly, I don't see much use for my titan power in Marvel. Too many downsides. But having the opportunity to nuke someone who captures me, or going for a Trojan horse strategy is fine. Glad I tested it now too. Time to go back for today. I caught all the interesting quirks. Tomorrow I have a trip to the beach. People live their lives bound by what they accept as correct and true. That is how they define reality. But what does it mean to be correct and true? Merely vague concepts. Their reality may all be an illusion. Uchiha Itake. Lying on a reclined beach chair, I watch the kids play through my sunglasses. Eri and the Shimano siblings, Katsuma and Mahoro, befriended quickly after I saved their family from the villain 9. Yes, I already take care of the plot of this movie too. 9's quirks are very good. There's even a weather manipulation. Much weaker than the storm power from the X-Men, but it's something already. I also copied the quirks of the two brothers. A healing quirk and an illusion quirk. Very nice too. Snaps using a quirk I copied from a reporter. Whole body lens, I take pictures of children playing. I'll give their father a copy later. I'm much more relaxed in this world now, just doing a victory lap at the moment. Now I'll start discreetly copying quirks I've seen in the manga. I'll try to catch them all. After my fight with 9, if you even can call that a fight, I just dodges everything he and his goons threw at me and defeat them with one move each. But I finally complete 100%. With Miles Morales card Yai. After some thought I decided to assimilate Yagami Light. In theory, assimilating him will increase my intelligence and deductive ability, in addition to the process being faster. Freeing the assimilation spot faster. I thought in summon him. After all, there's nothing he can do that I can't already. Batman after all. But I remembered that he is a narcissist. Sociopath with God complex. We're not going to get along. I thought about making another summon assimilate him. but on the final I decided to test how much my intelligence will increase with a similar card. There are diverse types of intelligence after all. First, my theory proved to be true. With one night's sleep, his card percentage went up to 67%. Today I will finish assimilating him and will be able to use another card. And I feel like there's been an improvement in certain aspects of my mental attributes. Concentration, thinking faster, deducing better. So it's a win. I think the next will be Loki or Jace. Jace should assimilate faster than Loki, hopefully before the travel ticket runs out. But I really want magic ASAP. Decisions. Feeling something cold being pressed into my arm, I turn to look at Lady Nagant, who has brought me something to drink. She is wearing a two-tone full-body swimsuit, dark blue and pink, matching her hair. I'm the one that made it. She refused the sling one I made previously. I don't know why. I want to believe our relationship have improved in the last days. Snap 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 snap. I take some pictures of her. 2. She glares at me. Sorry, but not sorry. Thank you, darling. I say, smirking to Kana-san. She only continues to glare, and after a moment she sighs, and then sits by my side. It came as a surprise to me when the Shimano family confused me and Lady Nagant as Aries' parents, haha. But I thought it was really funny at the time and I didn't correct it. In fact, I even started acting like it was true. They think I'm Aries' father because I still keep my hair white, and Aries' horn when she's around. Initially, I wanted to pass as an older brother. But since I got the muscle quirk of muscular and others, I make myself look older in my secret form. Increasing muscle mass and a few inches of height. Getting more adult. I'll use it in the world of Marvel to throw people off me even more, in my secret identity. Why are you doing all this? Excuse me? If you want I can erase the photos. Not that your plan, your acting, your research, everything. Kana-san says, you could have just taken what you want and need and that's it. Is not your problem. I talked to her about a lot honestly. The closer it gets to the time I leave, the less I care who knows my true origins. I'm putting my chin between my fingers. I think a little about how to respond. My grandparents are farmers. I say. She just watches me and waits for me to continue. They live off the land. They taught me that whenever you take something away, you better give something back. Seed good karma or something. For everyone to win. The cycle of life or something like that. She just looks at me with her impassive face. I could have not cared, you're right, but I just feel like I'd regret it for the rest of my life if I didn't do what I'm doing, you know? Heroes don't always have the luxury of choosing the easy way. Ho ho, I say as I look at the horizon. And even though I'm not a natural hero like All Might, I want to try to be a good person at least. Tell me what's better. To be born good, or to overcome your evil nature through great effort? I ask, quoting a game from before I'm transmigrated. After that we fell into silence. Words no longer need to be said. A few minutes later Eri shouts, calling me to play in the sea. I stand up and extend my hand to Kana-san. Come, wifey, I say cheekily. There's a lot to live for yet, Kana-san. Don't give up so early. After a few seconds, she grabs my hand. I want to believe that I will be able to revive the optimism she had in her youth. 07 days until the travel ticket expires. The situation in Japan is chaotic. More and more heroes abandon their posts. Even with the efforts of Star and Stripe and Endeavor, support for the heroes from the population has plummeted. BZZT, we are here in a movement on the streets in which the population asks the villain Dis to take over Japan and establish a new order. BZZT, strange thing happening with students of heroic courses and heroes overall. They appear to be attacked in their residences. But no harm was done to them. Victims allege they are knocked unconscious and wake up in their beds hours later. BZZT, the Prime Minister talks about the measures taken to increase security. Click, turning off the TV. I refocus on what I'm doing. I'm watching a criminal that had been injected with something I've created. Immoral? Maybe, but the guy is a rapist pedophile, so. Watching the lights turn green, the first clench my fist in a small victory celebration. Success? It's not perfect, but this work can be continued after I'm gone. Congratulations, Hector. You did something amazing. Yoichi-san is the first to congratulate me. Focusing in my mind, the other holders of One for All nod and congratulate me too. Even the second and third, who don't like me very much. This is really amazing, Hector-kun. You are decades ahead of Dr. Gariki. All for One says. Looking at the man still chained to his throne, I think the time has finally come. I think it's time, sensei. I say, and everyone tense. Oh, it's finally my time? Too bad. I really want to see the height that your one day will reach, Hector-kun. He says, not at all bothered by his own impending death. Any last words, sensei? I ask. He smiles and starts talking. I want to give you one last piece of advice, Hector-kun. The only limits you have are the ones you put on yourself. If there comes a day when you become discredited with the world and the people in it, it's okay to let go of those inhibitions and act as you see fit, and bring forth your true potential. You owe nothing to the world and the people in it. So you're basically saying to go apeshit in the future if things don't go my way. Sorry but no. Don't act like you can predict my future just because we have similar powers, I say, but he never stops smiling. Time for disappear, sensei. After that I make my mental world reject All for One. It starts to slowly disappear. Too peaceful an ending for a guy like him. But I don't personally hate the bastard. But I don't intend to become a second All for One, I learned from him. And that's it. It would be stupid not to use it. He was very helpful after all. Probably wants me to carry his legacy or something. Sorry, but like you said, I owe nothing to you All for One. Your guys will stick around for now, enjoy, I say before turning my attention back to the real world. Holders of One for All seem relieved that All for One is finally dead. Must be a great victory to them. A century-old grudge finally solved. I can't even imagine. I decided to assimilate Jace first, and as I predicted, it's been fast. I believe that in the day of my return, I must complete it. But that leaves me with a problem. A weakness. And weaknesses disgusts me. Magic. Although I'm not completely ignorant about magic, thanks for the chakra books. But these books teach more about basics, mind strengthening, chi. It's the kind of magic that Iron Fist and the hand use. There are no spells. Like Doctor Strange. So I have a huge blind spot in magic knowledge. And magic is bullshit. Serious, magic is the most bullshit power of all. And I don't think Loki's card will solve it. After all, the MCU's Loki is very weak. Nothing like his comic counterpart. He uses illusion and daggers. Pfft. The only daggers users that I respect is Thorfinn and Sung Jinwoo. So I decided to use my 3 power boost cards in the Sword of Actuation. The sword that can harm astral and magical beings. I could save the power boost cards. Use it on One for All, but I'd rather train Theseus' powers for now, and use the cards later. Power boost cards apparently come easy on the gacha. My instincts are telling me I'm going to need to get into magic early on. Like the Murphy's Law, I have powers. Technology, physical power, but I don't have magic. And usually you always lack what you will need most. I remember Clueless playing Pokemon Platinum, and dueling with Cynthia with a comp of Pokemons very bad against her. I have PTSD till this day. Removing the Sword of Actuation from my inventory, I start using the power boost cards, and after I use the second one, changes start happening. The blade that is previously a light blue hue become blood red. I remember that red beheliths are from the god hand, so now my sword is made from the strongest types of beheliths. Nice. Starting to make tests with the sword, I notice that it is stronger. The dimensional rift is open easily, and I can make some sort of dimensional slash that can cut very, very far. Much stronger than preciously. Watching some birds flying over me, I decide to try something. Changing my way of thinking and wanting to cut only astral things, I attack and cut the group of birds. They fall from the sky one by one. No injuries. But dead. Getting closer, I resolve to just use the sword normally, and I make blood come out of the bodies now. Cut the material and the immaterial. Neat. Like. Did I just cut their souls? Crazy. With one boost card left, I decide to spend it. I'll use it in Source of All Living Matter. I want to see if I can use power from the Titans without needing to transform. Warhammer, Attack, and Founder are surprising useful. Maybe one day I can make my own paths to my descendants, or maybe my summons. A mental world to share, powers, knowledge, experiences will be useful. Honestly, if my power was just a Titan power, I wouldn't spend a power boost card on it, but since it's the original source of all living matter, maybe it can evolve into something more up. Like a biokinetic power, equal to Elixir or Panacea. After using the card, I test it and is a failure. TCH Maybe no to completely failure. I feel that I can use some powers in human forms, or some qualities from Titans. A white-like substance involves my arm, and I can harden/crystallize a little too. I make a cut on myself and spill my blood in the ground. The blood stay there, but I will the blood to disappear, and it starts to evaporate. Like Titan blood. One more thing to prevent people from getting my DNA. With the growth from today I decide to go back and spend time with the girls. 4 days until the travel ticket expires. I believe I've collected all the quirks I want. Some I took openly, others I copied secretly. Mainly those of the heroic course students. Gentle Criminal, La Brava, Shiketsu High School, some heroes, others characters only show in anime. At the moment I have all the quirks shown in the manga/anime/movies and more. Unfortunately I couldn't find any more hidden gems. I expected that the law of probability would help me, and I would find some secretly up quirk, not shown in the series, in a 5-year-old boy who is surprisingly talented. Too bad. I have many quirks, but quirks are weak in general. They are full of restriction and drawbacks. But all can be useful. Quirks can also be a good reward system for my subordinates. The higher in my group's hierarchy, the more quirks someone can have. High specs, super regeneration, longevity, many quirks that I can make a package depending on the role the person has in my organization. A secretary or a lawyer with high specs, doctors with X-ray vision, fighters with power, shock absorption, super regeneration. So much potential. Now I'm in the woods doing a light training with Lady Nagant and Eri. In truth, Eri is asleep in Lady Nagant's lap. The exercise is light, because since my battle against the Meta Liberation Army, I've stopped pushing myself so hard in my training. I still train constantly, but I won't kill myself by any progress. Without forcing anything, a little more relaxed. Now I'm practicing the various quirks that I have. Many are very weak, but can be useful in certain situations, and I can give to other people too. Like a invisibility quirk to Shago do spy work. So, what's it like to come to a completely different world? Lady Nagant speaks out of nowhere. Oh, trying to make small talk, are we? Just curious. It's not every day you meet someone from another dimension. True. It's strange. I already tell you about this being a fictional world to me, right? Relatively. Yes. And I already have my existential crisis, thanks. No, I'm the one that should say thanks. Your reaction will be a good reference to me. And it's true to me that one day we'll summon fictional characters. I feel that I won't be able to keep their origins a secret for long. Heck, maybe they already know that in the moment they're summoned. I have to know how to handle this, lest they fall into some crippling nihilistic depression. Well, I continue. How do I know you're real? I say, looking straight into her eyes. She looks surprised. What are you talking about? Do you exist? That's why you're real. You think, therefore, you exist. I interrupt her. It doesn't help me. I told you that I had the opportunity to come to this world because of my power. I haven't talked about the details of my power, and I'll never talk about Gtacha to anyone. But how do I know this is all real? I say, spinning around myself with outstretched arms. She just looks at me with a shocked expression. I think she is starting to realize how things are from my point of view. I give a mirthless laugh. This is a manga/anime world for me. For all I know, I'm living a simulation, a dream. Maybe this world was created for me personally. A copy of the original so I can do whatever I want. Maybe you, Eri, and this world won't even exist when I'm gone. Everything I'm doing can be pointless. I feel her moving, but I continue my monologue. Narcissistic and egocentric? Maybe, but when you have powers like mine. Serious. Gains things that can destroy or create universes. Wow. Sometimes I can't wrap my head of how lucky I am. I'm in a fantasy world, with absolute power. No consequences will ever catch with me. I can do whatever I want. Maybe all my effort is for nothing. And if the fact that I'm holding back in this world ends up being the reason of the end of my world, I could have achieved so much more in personal strength. I could have surrendered to my desires. Heck, I'm trying to do something good, but I don't even know if this good thing will work out in the long run. I won't be here to see it. To make it work, I unload my frustration. TCH. That's not me. Calm down, Hector. I feel Lady Nagant. holding my face and making me look at her. During my outburst, she moved away from the still sleeping Eri and came to my side. The fact that you're doing your best for this world, even though you don't have any obligations, makes you a good person. A better person than many, at least, she says softly. I don't like being hated. I confess. I watch the news. What people say about me, the consequences of my actions. Even if the intentions are good, it doesn't change that many are suffering at the moment. And I don't like this. Maybe is naive or even pathetic, but I'm a normal teenager less than 2 months ago. Even with the assimilations helping me mature, I'm still me. The good and bad me. I try to argue that if this world followed the storyline of the manga, things would be much worse, but this comfort is pretty empty. Lady Nagant give me a compassionate look. No one likes being hated. You know, I realized my actions were wrong long before I acted and killed my superior. But it took me so long to act. I didn't want to stop being a heroine that people looked up to. I wanted to be praised and being told I was doing a good job. That thought held me back a lot. She says. Maybe if I had voiced this feeling earlier, would have talked to someone, maybe I would have retired normally. I wouldn't have done something so extreme. Closing so many doors, she continues. Don't suppress that feeling, Hector. You can have these selfish little thoughts. You deserve this, she says, and does something that surprises me. She hugs me. Strange. I was just ranting a little, to clear my head to the game. Not need to become so emotional, now is awkward to just laughed it off. But I feel like it is helping me as much as helping her too, so I won't part for now. You know, if you want, you can come to my world with me. I make the proposal. From what you've said, I'm in danger of being slightly brainwashed, right? She says, raising an eyebrow, but smiling. I've said the specifics to her before, and come clean with everything. That she will have loyalty to me ingrained in her being. I do not want to deceive her or something. Yes. Lightly. I say cheekily, Fufu, I will have to refuse. Hector, you gave me this freedom, I intend to enjoy it. Sorry. Don't be. I'm glad that you will be here when I left. Eri and everything. Don't worry. I will take care of Eri, and even take care of your legacy, she says determinedly. I know, and I have a plan for it, I say to her confused face, giving her my best sly smile. Next day, at the moment, I'm observing a unconscious Eri in a lab bed. Kana-san by my side. All of Eri's scars are exposed for the world to see. So far she has worn long-sleeved clothes, even on the beach. But this ends now. With a combination of overhaul, rewind and cell activation, I get rid of all her scars. She really suffered a lot. Kana-san says. Yes. But thing will get better to her for now on. When are you going to tell her you can't continue to see her? It's harder than I thought. I spoke with Makia about moving to my world, but I don't even know if he understood. I think he'll follow me wherever I go. In time, now I have something to do. Wanna come? I say. No. I'll stay here for when Eri wakes up. She says, looking at Eri sleeping peacefully. It won't be long, but okay, I teleport away. This is all the gold I got. I have already taken my share. Jiren, the underworld broker, tells me, pointing to a pile of gold bars. I exchanged large parts of my valuables for gold, which will have value when I get back, and it will be easier to load into Minecraft inventory, which specializes in storing raw materials. I could create gold and other precious metals with Yayo Rosa Quirk creation, but cost me almost no effort to trade it now, so here I am collecting wealth. I'll be careful with the economy and with whom I make the deals in the future. I'm not stupid. Perfect. Thank you for your good work. I respond by putting everything away quickly. In addition to gold, I will take various equipment such as laboratory machinery, and PCs with large memory, where I have already downloaded several studies that I had progressed in this world, such as robotics, nanotechnology, energy, blueprints, and schematics. I could cheat with creation to replicate after this is all over. Thank you, it was pleasure to do business with you, Mr. Dis. Jiren talks while smoking a cigarette. I got his number from the League of Villains. I'd like to ask you something, he says as I prepare to leave. Go on. You met with the League of Villains, right? Bubigawara Jin. What did you do to him? He asks me seriously, seems like he cares about twice. Fate. He is alive, and overcame the trauma, but he will go to jail. I answer. Phew. As long as he is alive, he will always have hope to a better life. he says, blowing smoke before walking away. I agree, I say before teleporting to the lab. Put your somebody else Fiora Cash, trust me. The slowed version if you want. After I get back, I see that Eri already wake up. Maybe I should talk right now. Rip this band-aid already. Eri, can we talk a little? I say, approaching the duo. Kana-san sees my serious expression and no doubt guesses the matter. Looking into their big, curious eyes of Eri, I can hardly speak. They're so shiny now. She overcome so much since I saved her from overhaul. Eri, I start again, mostly for my benefit. I won't be able to stay by your side forever. I'll have to leave. In a few days. Actually. And I wince seeing her eyes growing large and the pained expression that appear in her face. Why? You're going away too? Like mommy. I feel like I was physically hit. Did I do something bad? I'm sorry, please don't abandon me. I will be a good girl, I promise. I can't take any more. I hurry to hug her. No. Stop, Eri. It's not your fault. It's just that. It's just that. I don't know how to explain it to you right now, but my time in this world is limited from the start. And I can't take you with me. And it's true. I can barely protect myself in the world of Marvel. And using the background customization card would make Eri loyal to me. I can't do that. I can't alter her mind like that. She can't make that decision either. She is just a child. She is better here. Sob, I don't wanna. I want to stay with you. Please. Please. I will obey you. I will not cause trouble. Eri continues to cry, her head on my shoulder and squeezing my clothes tightly. Eri, it's not you. You're already a good girl. A nice girl. You're strong, Eri. Stronger than me. I know you can get over this. I say and pull her face away from my shoulder so I can look her straight in the eye. I love you, Eri. I loved the time I spent with you. You will forever be my little sister. But your place is here. Can I ask you to be strong here? For me. I say, and she nods, trying to hold back the tears, and failed miserably. I don't think I'm much better than her. I don't need to say any more for now. I just hold her until she falls asleep. I never expected to get so attached to her. But if there is something I do not regret doing after I came into this world, is to have saved her. Eve of Hector returns to Marvel World. Few exhaling, I finish my daily workout routine. Everything is ready. Tomorrow is the big day. I've already put everything I want to take back in my inventory. High amounts of gold, machineries and electronics. A CPU with terabytes of information. Even the corpses of Thihai and Nomus. So far I don't know if all my choices were correct, but looking at the current situation and how it will turn out, and compared to the situation in the manga, I would say it was and will be an improvement. You're doing your best, Hector. I hear Shimura-san talking next to me. I imitated that manga/anime Tsukiji Mishibiku Isekai, in which the protagonista allows that dragon woman to watch drama in his mind, through memories. And I made the history I know of this world available to them. I only read till the UA Trader reveal, so I don't know what is the ending would be like without my interference. But the holders believe that things will be better. Like, you caused a lot of pain Banjo-san. Shimura-san yells outraged. But it avoided much more. For example, the heroes who would die in that war. He continues. And it's true, it's a good comfort to my soul. Don't worry, tomorrow everything will be fine. Yoichi-san tells me. Knock knock. Kana-san? Come in, I say, and Lady Nagant enters my room in her nightgown. How is Eri? I ask. The last few days she has been sad. But I believe she will get over it. Asleep. She's getting better. I think tomorrow she's going to cry again. So be prepared, she says. Ugh. Impossible to be prepared for this. I say. True. So, tomorrow is the big day. You're really going forever? She asks. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's a way I can come back. I don't know if I use my opportunity to come here again. I'll come back. Exactly to this world. Or go to another version from this world. I say, and to relieve the mood I continue. Why? Will you miss me? I thought I left enough pictures of me. You can frame them all. Yes. I'll miss you, Hector, she says seriously. She is being awfully honest right now. What is happening right now? Can't be, or it can be. You know, Hector. She begins. Yes, I'm Hector, Hector D. So, I say, mimicking Kezuma. In hindsight, I feel like I got carried away by the decision of others all my life. and I regretted it a lot. I don't want to have any more regrets. This will be my last opportunity, she says, approaching, her cheeks getting darker. Wait. Damn. I want to hit myself now, but I need to be certain. Are you sure? I ask in a calmer tone. I don't want you to feel like you need to repay me for anything or something. I'm not doing this to repay you. I'm doing this because I want, she says, keeping eye contact. I'm minor. And I'm a villain. Why should I care? It's my first time. Will be mine too, she says, surprising me. Japanese culture, huh? Not so weird. A workaholic heroine that has been arrested. I can see the reasons. Sigh, if you're okay with me. You know that after today we may never see each other again. It can create a feeling that will never bear fruit, Kana-san. I know. I don't need this to blossom into a relationship. While in prison I thought about all the things that were denied me. My youth is one of them. I never had the opportunity to go out or date people because I trained from an early age with the commission to become a hero. So I want to do it now, with a person I respect, admire, like and trust, she says seriously, the blush in her cheeks still present, but her eyes determined. I like you too, Kana, I say, moving closer, seeing her cheeks redden even more. Let's make a good memory then, for the rest of our lives. I keep bringing my face close enough to feel her breath. Yes, she says, closing her eyes before we give ourselves to each other. Wow, he is going for it, and say in Hector inner world. That is my boy. I'm gonna give you some tips, Banjo exclaims. Shameless. Shimura, Nana says, bright red while covering her eyes with her hands, but peeking between her fingers. Didn't you have a child? The second holder asks her. This and that are different, she exclaims, embarrassed. Oh no, our view of the outside world has been cut off. Banjo screams. That's expected? Yes. Obviously. Thanks, Kami. Sniff, they grow so fast. Banjo says emotionally as he wipes a tear from the corner of his eye. Hector, last day in BNHA world. Taking a deep breath, I prepare myself for my next step. Makia, Stain, Kana and Eri are with me. We are in the middle of an open part of the lab with room to house many people. After last night, I thought things will get awkward with Kana, but we managed to act normal. We are mature people after all. Makia, are you ready? I ask while materializing a background customization card. Wanting to use it, I see Makia as an option. After selecting it, I see a prompt appearing in front of Makia asking if he accepts being turned into a card, listing the advantages and disadvantages. Makia doesn't think much and accepts. Makia glows and becomes particles of light that condense into a new card in my hand. Summon only card, Gigantomakia, Boku no Hero Academia. Neat. Storing Makia in the unused cards tab, I turn to the others. It's time. I'll do it, I say. Stain will hide in the shadows above, and Kana take Eri's hand and move behind me. I continue giving the orders. She nods at me and I nod back. Closing my eyes, I focus on the quirk warping. This quirk allows the user to produce a black ooze-like liquid from other people's mouths. The black liquid then envelopes the person's entire body and acts as a warping portal, vanishing along with the target before reappearing at a different location. With my changes, the liquid won't taste so horrible. The custom visual perk helps not only with the visual appearance. Boosting this quirk with one for all, I reach the people I want to bring here. The people I stole the quirks from. People I have been fighting. And the people to whom I will entrust the future of this world. Part of a journey is the goodbyes. Believe me, I wish I had taken Eri and Lady Nagant to the world of Marvel. But it doesn't feel right. This journey from Hector to the world of Nha was a journey of growth. And growth sometimes means saying goodbye to certain people. It's part of life. I like my story more realistic. With my author powers, I could find a convenient way in which things would work out for Hector and everyone. And everyone would leave happily after. But in the real world, that's not how it works. Things are more complex, more difficult. Next chapter is still today and is the last of Nha arc. The last chapter ended up very big. No one knows what the future holds, that's why its potential is infinite. Okabe Rintaro, Steins, Gate. This chapter is fucking huge. freeubnovel.com. I'm pleased to report that the villain, DIS, has finally been defeated. Endeavor speaks in front of the press conference. He is together with several heroes. And while he announces the defeat of the villain Dis and the end of his reign of terror, if anyone is careful, they would notice that he seems very uncomfortable doing this. And many heroes beside him have strange expressions, as if trying to hold back their laughter, while others have solemn expressions. But at the moment nobody cares, because Dis was finally defeated. Some days before, on Hector's last day in the world of BNHA third-person POV, at different locations across Japan, certain individuals began to emit a black liquid from their mouth. Many were surprised, but all of them are extraordinary individuals, so they don't panic. When they noticed that their surroundings had changed after being covered in black, they entered in high alert. What dash? Where are we? All Might. Principal. What is happening? Dozens of people showed up in the lab where Hector was, and when they spot him, with a woman and a child, everyone gets into battle stance. Even those without quirk. Hector don't have his mask right now. His face exposed to the heroes for the first time. And he even take off the changes in his appearance. Dis. Midoriya screams in surprise. Pthahaha, is still funny, Hector says while covering his mouth to try to contain his laughter. Sorry, the 5th grade is still very alive in me. My real name is Hector by the way. Hector says as he looks at Star and Stripe cautiously to see if she wants to attack. But even if she did attack, the various powers he has would alert him long before she makes a move. Endeavor and Star begin to flex their muscles on guard. Calm. I don't want to fight. In fact, after today you will never have to worry about me again. Never. Hector says raising his hands to placate them. Who would believe a word you say? Endeavor speaks. Give me back my quirk, your fucker. Bakugo screams calm down. Endeavor, Nightai says adjusting his glasses and getting between the two groups. Let's hear what he has to say. Nightai. Sir. All Might and Mirio speak respectively. Everyone seems confused by the fact that Sir Nightai is defending Hector. No wonder, after all these people have a bad experience with Hector. All Might, Endeavor, Gran Torino, Principal Nizu, Eraserhead, all the teachers at UA, Midoriya, Bakugo, Stare and Stripe, Mirko, Hawks, the remains of the heroes who had their quirks stolen, Todoroki, Yayo Rosa, the Big Three, the teachers at O and others. All of them are present. Okay, hear me out please. I've already made my promise that I won't do anything. But if you want a more realistic argument, not even all of you together can do anything against me, Hector says suddenly turning serious. The other group tenses up, but doesn't have the intention of attack anymore. He is right. Let's listen carefully. Nightai give his support again. Thank you, Nightai. To begin with, I would like to say that in a few hours I will disappear from your life. And I'll return all the stolen quirks and a few other things, so you can relax. What? After all you've done? Do you expect us to believe that you will simply return the quirks? Endeavor exclaims. Ha! That's why I'm saying listen to me in silence and until the end. Hector speaks tiredly. I will return all the quirks from the heroic side of society. Except for one. One for all, he says raising his index finger. This speech brings up another set of arguments. Midoriya and All Might seem heartbroken. Another group says the quirk is too powerful to be left in the hands of a villain. Endeavor being the most vocal in just starting another fight. Hector lets them rant for a while until he reaches the limit. After all, his time is limited. Can you guys just shut up? Hector says apparently calm but while release intense pressure. How's Hoku no Haki, Bloodlust, the Force? Hector is almost an anime character to this point. The whole place shakes, and the group of newcomers trembles under the pressure Hector is putting on. Haha, the more inexperienced ones are almost passing out. Everyone is silent. Hector. Lady Nagant speaks from the back of the hall. Hector's eyes widen when he hears her voice and disappears from where he is. In the next moment he is already hugging Eri, kneeling and comforting her. Oh, Eri. I'm sorry. Really sorry. I lost my cool. I did wrong. Don't take it to heart, see? I messed up. Sorry for scaring you. This sight continues for a few minutes, shocking everyone. The difference in attitude is simply too much for the group that was teleported. They're used to a cocky villain, only to find a calm and gentle young man, and then the wrath of a monster, and now an older brother comforting his little sister. They can't wrap their head around this crazy situation. After a while Hector turns to face the other group and speaks. Sorry for losing my cool. But I don't have the intention to receive any of you verbal thrashing. Remember this. You don't like me. And I don't like you. Okay. Don't think I'm going to follow your orders just because I'm acting nice right now. Hector gets up carrying Eri on his lap, while running a hand through her hair gently. Moving on, it's not like I'm not returning one for all because I'm an asshole, there's a reason. Honestly, one for all is dangerous for the user and not needed anymore since I dealt with all four. 1. Hector starts walking. Do you know about the side effects of one for all, All Might? Hector asks. Side effects. All Might makes a confused expression. Well, one for all evolves to be much more than a quirk. It is a power that guards and takes the will of all holders, getting stronger with each generation, and eventually it will be too much for anyone to handle, and it will destroy the user's body. Hector says ominously as he stops in front of Midoriya, making the boy gulp loudly. Also, someone who carries one for all will have their lifespan reduced. The user who lived the longest was the fourth, Shinomori Hikage, who lived to be 40 years old and died of old age. What? Impossible, All Might is still doing great. Present Mike exclaims what everyone else thought. It's because All Might coincidentally has the requirement to not suffer this shortened lifespan side effect. And coincidentally, Midoriya Izuka has it too. Hector says mysteriously as he starts walking towards Lady Nagant and delivers Eri into her arms. Requirement? I never knew about any requirement. All Might says. It's because Shimura Nana and everyone else didn't know either. Hector says. Shocking All Might and Gran Torino. How do you know my master's name? All Might looks agitated. All in their due time, Hector say calmly. All other users with the exception of Shinomori Hikage didn't die naturally, they were killed by All for One. So no one knew about this requirement to use one for all without shortening its lifespan. And the requirement would be, the user be quickless, right? Principal Nizu intervenes. Everyone's eyes widen at once. Bingo. As expected of the principal. To explain this I would have to give a detailed explanation of how the body adapts to one quirk and can hardly sustain another. But the simple explanation is, a quirkless person is like a shapeless container that can mold itself to the shape of the quirk it receives, adapting to it. For now. In the future, one for all will become so strong that it will instantly kill the new user the moment it is passed. If you still don't believe me, you can ask these guys. Hector says, pointing a thumb over his shoulder, and then 7 figures begin to appear behind him. Shishishao? What kind of trick is this? How dare you use her image to dash? All Might begins. Toshinori, calm down. It's me. Do you remember the day you told me about your ambition to become a symbol that people can depend on? It was a snowy day, we were on the side of a river. And Sorahiko, the day I said goodbye to Kotaro, I cried on her shoulder for a long time. Shimura Nana speaks rapidly to confirm that it is herself and not a trick. She don't want any more misunderstandings. Shishao? How? Nana. Hector steps forward to explain. Quirks carry more than the power itself. They can carry traces of the person's personality and consciousness. One for all is an even more special case. Part of all users live in it. I can see them. You don't. I'm using other quirks like hologram and glamour to materialize the users for all of you. Hector speaks. One for all is an extreme example, but all your quirks carry a little bit of you in them. Your personalities can also be influenced by your quirks, like a fiery or explosive temper. Hector says, pointing to Bakugo and Endeavor. So since I've already made copies of your quirks, I can return them. In fact, they will likely come back even better. Maybe in strength. Maybe with new qualities. Here, a example Bakugo. Hector then lifts his leg and, boom, a small explosion erupts from the sole of his foot. Shocking Bakugo. You'll probably be able to do that in the future, you're welcome. Hector says dismissively. Well, giving back your quirks isn't the most important thing. What I'm going to leave for you all is much bigger. Follow me. After saying that he starts walking towards a hallway. Toshinori. Sorahiko, don't worry. You can trust him. Hector is a good person. Shimura Nana talks to All Might and Gran Torino. No, I'm not. Hector says, turning abruptly. Don't be confused. I came here with the full intention of stealing all of your powers. I'm only returning them because of the fortuitous situation where I can replicate and copy them. If not for that, I'd have your quirks permanently. My other gifts and help are just for my own conscience too. After that, he keeps walking, not waiting for others to follow him. Shimura Nana turns back to the others and repeats. He is a good person. Trust him. She repeats, smiling, completely ignoring what Hector had just said. Let's go. There's a lot for you to see. By the way, I might as well do that now, Hector says, turning around again and heading towards All Might with his hand outstretched. Everyone tenses at his action, but Chimera Nana just smiles and nods at All Might and he relaxes, letting Hector do what he wants. Look, Eri, I'll give you a first-hand example of using your quirk on humans. The key is to use it in a specific area. It will conserve your energy and won't affect what you don't need to. Rewind. While explaining this, a horn appears on Hector's forehead and begins to glow with a golden light together with his right hand that comes in contact with the left side of All Might's torso. After a few seconds, changes begin to appear in All Might's body. He appears to be much healthier. He actually regains its bulky form. Puff, I am back. All Might exclaims, doing on pose and flexing his recovered muscles. You need to be aware that I didn't just use your quirk, Eri. I used Cell Acceleration too. That's why All Might is muscular now. Using Rewind, I reversed the states of the organs that were destroyed and damaged, and with Cell Acceleration I accelerated their recovery process by months. Now he's bulky because it's his body's natural state. You don't have one for all though, All Might, so no changing the weather with a punch. Be happy and be capable of breath normally. When Hector says this, he walks away and turns to Nightai. Do you want to do the ultimate test? Sir Nightai cautiously approaches All Might. All Might, can I? He says, extending his hand and signaling that he wants to use his quirk on him. Sir Nightai had promised himself that he would never again see someone's future too far, afraid to see that person's death. That promise began when he predicted All Might's brutal death at the hands of a villain. The fact that he's willing to break that promise, and on All Might itself, shows the level of faith he has in Hector, and in the ability that Hector has to change the future. For him, Hector is the person who appeared suddenly in the world, and therefore he is the only one who can change the destiny already written with his actions. All Might, seeing Sir Nightai's determination, just nods his head. With trembling hands, Sir Nightai touches All Might and uses foresight. After a few seconds, he draws his hand back and brings it to his eyes. You will live till old age, All Might. He says in a voice that everyone could tell he is holding back tears. What is happening here now? Bakugo asks abruptly. Many appear confused as well. This is something that only a select group of individuals are aware of. Principal Nizu starts. Actually, after All Might's first fight with All for One, Sir Nightai here, at the time All Might's sidekick, used his quirk that can predict the future on All Might to know what would happen to him in the distant future. Midoriya, Endeavor, Bakugo and many others who don't know about this are paying close attention. What he discovered was disturbing. He predicted that All Might would die a brutal death at the hands of a villain within 7 or 8 years after that fight. Meaning, All Might would die this year or the next. All Might, is that true? Midoriya asks, stuttering and wide-eyed. Sigh, yes, Midoriya Shounen. It's true. All Might responds with a forlorn expression. You weren't going to tell me. You had a lot to worry about, my boy. I didn't want to add that weight to your shoulders. After all, there would be nothing you could do. Midoriya just looks down, shaking and clenching his fists. We have no reason to be depressed about something from the past, which has apparently been overcome, right, Nightai? Principal Nizo intervenes before the weather gets heavier. Yes, as I suspect. In all my life, my quirk has never failed. But Hector is different. He's not of this world. Then his actions and interference would change. What I saw in the past, from the moment of his arrival. Sir Nightai responds with a small smile on his face. Is that why you were so cooperative with him, sir? Mirio asks. Yes. The death of All Might was just one of many things I predicted would be changed for the better with Hector's methods. What? Sir Nightai, did you cooperate with enemy behind our backs? Endeavor exclaims, incensed. And approaching the hero who can see the future. Yes. He responds without hesitation as he adjusts his glasses. I know my cooperation with him could be considered treason, but for the chance to save All Might I would take any risk. I will accept any punishment and have no regrets. He speaks without blinking, looking at the current #1 hero. Sir Nightai. Calm. Hector interrupts. First of all, this cooperation consisted only of him passing his and Mirio's quirks to me. Quirks that I refused to use against the heroes. Precisely so as not to give the two any trouble, he exclaims, and everyone looks at him in surprise. Using the quirk that can see the future could give him an incredible advantage. Many were actually already thinking that the main reason Hector always seemed one step ahead of the heroes is because of the Night Eye quirk. And now Hector says he didn't just use it to rid Night Eye of his guilt. It's hard for these people who've spent the last month vilifying Hector to process this situation. I said he's a nice guy. He is at Sundara. Shimura Nana whispers mischievously loud enough for everyone to hear and receives a hard glare from Hector. In return, he's telling the truth. Detective Tsukachi says since we got here he hasn't tell a single lie. I can vouch on this. Thank you, Hector Shounen. I still greatly disapprove of your actions, but I thank you for saving me. All Might says seriously. Oh, did I receive the Shounen honorific? Nice. And whatever. Follow me, we don't have much time. He turns around again to finally go to another room. All one for all users return to Hector's mind, with the exception of Shimura Nana, who stands very close to All Might and Gran Torino, talking about various things. Principal Niza POV nudging Aizawa to walk a little faster until he's side by side with Hector. I who am sitting on the professor's shoulders can get a good look at the man who turned Japan into chaos. He's actually quite young, at the age of being a student at my school. So, Hector-kun, I begin. I noticed you mentioned that you can copy quirks. I wonder why you took the quirks from most, but left some, like myself and Star. I ask. He gives me a side glance before answering. Like I said, at first I didn't know I could copy till I steal all for one. But there are some reasons behind my actions. First, removing the quirks would permanently lower your party's power without me having to do irreversible damage. Second, I didn't want to give out information that I could just copy a quirk so soon. He says, still looking straight ahead and walking away. I didn't remove Star and yours quirks, as well as many others I've copied sneakily, like Tsukachi lie detector as example. It's because I didn't know if removing your quirk would make you go back to being just another animal irrational, and if when I gave it back you could become a different person. As if would reset your consciousness, you know, he goes on, and it makes sense. It scares me to think that I might lose my sense of self. And Star. I was afraid she'd use the quirk's power on the quirk itself, making her destroy the user or something, before I steal. That's why I found it safer to just copy, and have my own version. He says shrugging, but making the Star and Stripe heroine's eyes widen. You really know a lot about New Order, huh? You've been prepared against me since day one. Star and Stripe speaks bitterly. You are the strongest woman in the world, with the most broken power in the world. Obviously I have to watch out for you. Hector answers nonchalantly. We arrived, he continues as we reach the end of the hall. Leaving the corridor, we come across a large hall with the most diverse technological devices. It has giant but empty tubes. On one wall there are rows and rows of capsules with names written on it. Another wall is full of monitors showing the lab situation, news and running simulations, and in the center there are 3 items. 2 of them appear to be tightly closed high-tech coffins. One of them is bigger than the other, one for an adult and one for a child, I conclude. And right in the center of the laboratory there is a large pillar that reaches the ceiling, with several drawers and compartments. I believe young Hector will explain the items to us. When everyone enters the Great Hall he turns to us and starts talking. We are below Gtacha General Hospital, and this lab was owned by Dr. Kayode Gariki, an avid follower of All for One. Here he did various inhuman experiments and where he made copies of quirks and created the Nomus. Publicly he was known as Dr. Shiga Maruda, the quirkless good heart doctor who created orphanages and clinics, and did philanthropic work. Everything is a facade. Well, it's not that a surprise. Dr. Shiga Maruda died a month ago when a villain fell on him, but it appears the villain was thrown at him. Kayode Gariki had a quirk longevity that he gave to All for One, allowing the two to live for over 100 years. He continues looking at Tsukachi and All Might. The two appear distressed. It is to be expected, such villainous acts being done right under our noses, and all of us ignorant of it. Yes, yes. This society is flawed. It's good that many things are coming to light lately, right? Hector speaks. Moving forward, I already take care of the doctor and took over the laboratory. Now let's get to what you care about most at the moment. He starts moving the wall with rows and rows of capsules the size of a grown man's middle finger. Taking 2 he shows us. It has 2 names, Rabbit and Fierce Wings. It can't be, can it? Those are your quirks. He speaks confirming my hypothesis. I don't have time to give back all of your quirks one by one. Each capsule has the name of the quirk and the original user. You just need to inject in the person, he says, throwing the 2 capsules towards Hawks and Mirko. The 2 taking their respective capsules. The capsules can only be safe to be injected into the original user, because rejection will happen. But following that theory that a quirkless person can adapt to any quirk, maybe you can give it to someone without a quirk. Who knows, I haven't tested it, he says nonchalantly. Your quirk should manifest in a few minutes, at most half an hour. These capsules were made following the research of Dr. Gariki and the quirk erasing bullets made by Shihasaikai, he says, surprising everyone. The quirk erasing bullet problem was resolved abruptly, the underworld purveyor mysteriously disappearing. Now we know what happened. One more things that he did in the shadows. How many problems that we couldn't see in the light and were taken care of by this young man? I will explain later about Shihasaikai, he said, looking quickly in the direction of the woman I recognized as Lady Nagant and the little girl named Eri. Today's main focus is this. He speaks, pointing to the pillar right in the center of the room. Are you aware of the quirk singularity theory? He asks. And the gears in my mind start to turn. Can it be quirk singularity? Todoroki-kun asks, but I see he's not the only one confused. I resolve to explain like the good educator I am. The quirk singularity doomsday theory, I say, bringing everyone's attention to me. This theory believes that quirks will evolve and become more complex much faster than humans can withstand, causing humanity to self-destruct. It was created, but not taken very seriously by the scientific community, 70 years ago by Dr. Kayode Gariki. Exactly. The very sidekick of All for One who came up with this theory. The same genius capable of replicating quirks and creating nomas. This theory is also believed by the recently extinct group Humarais and others. As you may have guessed, this theory is true. We already have an example nowadays of people with quirks too strong for their own body. They are more common cases when quirks are anomalies, that is, very different from the type that would come from their parents. Some examples would be this little girl Eri and Shigaraki Tamura, or Shimura Tenko as his birth name. Many turn their eyes to the little girl, but after the revelation that Shigaraki is a relative of the Master of All Might, everyone's attention turns to her, who only expresses a sad expression on her face. By my calculations, and from the study of Dr. Kayode Gariki's research, I can predict that people will start to be born with quirks that will destroy them at the moment of awakening in 70 or 80 years. Hector continues. Many of you must already feel your bodies suffering when you use your quirks in excess, right? Endeavor, Bakugu, Aizawa. I researched and saw that your quirk is also an anomaly, right, Aizawa? Your parents don't have a quirk like erasure, and your body suffers from dry eye because of it. And where are you going with all this, Hector-kun? I ask, already guessing the answer, looking at the big pillar behind him. It's because it's related to my main gift. Of course, the cure. A second chance for the whole world, he says, looking to the pillar with a light smile in his face. Hector POV looking at everyone's shocked faces. I decide to explain. This month I worked in parallel on how to overcome the quirk singularity problem. It would take too long for me to start from scratch, so I took ownership of Kayode Gariki's laboratory and research. It's not perfect and ideal, but it's a start. After that I turn around and press a button causing the pillar to open. At the base of the pillar there is a cocoon-like place to someone to lay. And in the various compartments there are tubes the size of the arm of an adult man. The cure is not as simple as I would like. The method is adapted from the doctor. He and All for One had a plan to give All for One to Tamura Shigaraki, but for that they would need to improve his body. Shigaraki would go through a painful 4-month metamorphosis process, I say, in which his body would be improved and adapted to contain any quirk. Basically a new step for humanity. By the way, I think All for One wanted to use the fact that quirks carry a person's consciousness, to steal Shigaraki Tamura's body and gain a new life. Wadash. This is not possible. All Might says. I don't know if it's possible. But All for One is special. He lived for a long time, big ego, genius intellect, strong power. Who knows? Even if he fails, he'll probably be happy to have a successor to fight the successor of One for All. I say, looking at Midoriya, who looks nervous. The gravity of the situation fall on everyone present. They were very close to being fucked up hugely by All for One, and they didn't even know it. Hector ended up getting in the way of their plans. Shimura-san says. I sigh. I know what she's trying to do. She wants me to be accepted, recognized. She doesn't want my legacy to be that of a villain, at least for this select group of you. I appreciate the feeling, but it's not necessary anymore. Anyway, about the cure. I relied on that doctor research. I say, attracting everyone's attention. This chamber will allow the person that use it to have their body leveled up to be able to adapt and resist their own quirk. Using this, I say, taking a tube. In this tube is a serum of my creation. This serum main component is my blood. I say to everyone, my power allows me to adapt and resist my abilities. So I created a serum to give this perk to everyone. I isolated my secondary mutation, the one that helps me adapt and resist, to create this low-level version of my power. It will make the body grow strong as the quirk, and lessen collateral effects of their own power. Stain and Kana have already been injected and received the benefits. Aries doses. Saved for when she grows more. By the time she's 15, it should be enough. Although I have confidence in my intellect, you always need to test before using something. And I haven't tested it on children. It's impossible for me to be cloned by this serum, by the way. I isolated only my mutation. I will use this serum in the world of Marvel in the future as well. Many mutants suffer because of their powers. Rogue being the most famous example. With this I can level the playfield. Mutants will have a better control and resistance to their own power, making them functioning members of society. I will give the ones who have to hide because of their bodies, their own place under the sun too. I also have the theory that acquiring a stronger body by other means will help too. I'll see if I can combine it with the super soldier serum. It will be interesting to give this serum to my subordinates in the future. Everyone in my organization, even the minions beings a peak baseline human with high adaptability, will be nice. The person that take this procedure will have to spend a maximum period of 15 days in the chamber, depending of their quirk strength, after being injected with the serum. At the end of the process the person will come out better and stronger and without any side effects from their quirk. It will even help the person to have a better control over the quirk itself, like that invisible girl from Class 1A. Maybe even allowing for an awakening, I say to everyone's wide eyes. As I said before, the process is not perfect. I have 616 samples of the serum in this pillar. The goal is for my cure to be studied and improved, to be accessible and distributed to everyone. There is a great chance of the serum being transferred to future generations naturally too. I keep All Might, Nizu. It would be nice to communicate David Shield and people you trust to work on this project. Your deadline is 70 years. I say, looking at the two. This. All Might tries to speak. Hector-kun. I don't know if I can trust you and everything you say now. I'll do tests first. But I feel that you are sincere. For your efforts, I promise that I will dedicate all my resources to making your plan possible. Make your efforts reach all the people of the world. Principal Nizu says seriously. That's all I ask. That's why I prepared 616 samples. You can run the tests. But be careful. There won't be more after I go. I say, putting the tube in my hands in its respective place. Now I just need to do one last villainous act. Computer. Upload truth. And remove identification by fingerprints, retinas, and DNA. And change all passwords to 1-2-3-4-5. I say. Now you'll have access to the lab. It's yours to do whatever you want. I say, turning to Nexa. Thank you. But if I can ask, what is truth? Nizu speaks. I look at him. It's just my last act as a villain. I've released all the shady works of the Hero Public Safety Commission on the internet. Truth is a program that uploads documents and evidence over and over again. And then over and over again. And it keeps multiplying. Like mitosis. It's impossible to get off the internet completely. What? What types of shady deals? I look to they scoffed and confused faces and sigh. You guys don't know that to keep this society running as it was, a lot of blood was spilled under the covers. For example, Lady Nagant here. When she was a hero, she did assassination missions against many corrupt heroes and villains. All Might in the light and many other things in the dark. All to not tarnish the image of the heroes for the population. I say, signaling to Kana. Many are downright incredulous. Seems like few really know that. Have you ever done something similar, Hawks? I say, turning to the winged hero. He doesn't have his usual carefree expression. His crunched eyebrows gives the answer everyone seeks. How? What is he talking about? All Might asks. You really don't know, All Might? Poor you? I say, All Might, you are a good person, the best of the heroes. Alone, you ended an age of chaos and darkness. And you became a symbol of peace and prosperity. But you became too disconnected from the political aspects of society. You were so worried about being a natural-born hero that you let other people build society on top of the peace you created. It's these people who came to not care about people who don't fit in, rejecting and discarding them, quirkless and with villainous powers, only to maintain the status quo. I say, looking at Midoriya. I'm not saying you did anything bad, All Might. You were amazing. You also inspired a lot of people to be heroes too. I say, gesturing to Midoriya, Bakuga, Todoroki. But on the other hand also created villains in response to all the ostracism. The League of Villains is the best example of this. Just punching bad guys isn't good enough. I say, sighing. I learned so much here. I have a direction to follow when I go back. I can't only be a caped crusader, a symbol of hope or something like that. Beyond my hero persona, I will make Hector or other identity that I will create have tons of influence. Lex Luthor level of influence. What is Hector trying to say, Toshinori? Shimura-san starts. It's just that people used the peace you created to try to re-establish the egalitarian society from before the emergence of the quirks. But that's impossible. Everyone is different, ever more now. So a template was created. And those who didn't fit that template were rejected, forgotten, maybe even villainized. Shimura-san continues. It's not your fault, you already had too much on your hands. You were the most powerful man in the world, you were probably afraid to make political decisions alone. I interrupt, afraid of becoming a dictator. Then you left the job of restructuring society to other people. It worked. But it's flawed. You alone holding the whole world on your back, people always counting on you to be a deus ex machina. It's rare for people to go out of their way to surpass you. You've made the profession of hero easy. I continue with another problem of this hero society. There wasn't a big danger. Because All Might is here. We see the consequences now, right? A society supersaturate with heroes. And the majority have already left the profession because things got a little more difficult, or because they are not celebrities anymore, in which people worship the ground they step on. The profession focus more in appearance and power than nature. As long as you have a good quirk you can be a hero, right Bakuga? I say, looking straight at the blondie. Not giving the explosive bastard another look, I continue to speak. I know he can have his redemption, but it's not my problem. Well, this problem is not mine to solve. I exposed all the problems of today's society, now it's up to you guys to solve it little by little. I even became the villain so you guys have someone convenient to blame when I'm gone. I say nonchalantly to the group, who seem lost in thought. Good. Reflect, finally. Well, now that you've all started to think, I'm going to present some living examples of this society flaws. I'll start with you, Endeavor. He looks surprised when I talk directly to him. Do your worst, villain, he says. Is this guy waiting for a fight till now? Hehe. I'm not the one who did his worst. Computer, show cell 02. I say, you are the one that already did his worst. I say, when the image of the numerous monitors changed to show a individual. Dabby. Unlike usual, his hair now shows its original white appearance, because I removed the dye using a water hose, very gently. Looking at Endeavor, I see his eyes and mouth slowly widening. The flames that constantly adorn his body slowly diminish, until they become tiny sparks. See, can't he? No. I'm impossibly. He starts mumbling like a broken record. Glancing back, I notice everyone has confused expressions, with the exception of Principal Nizo. I think he's already connected the dots. Or not. He's a mouse, it's hard to read him. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, you are not mistaken, Endeavor. I start and Endeavor turns his head towards me robotically, eyes pleading with me to say otherwise, that his assumption is wrong. I shatter this little hope. Without mercy. Dabby is your son, Todoroki Toya. Dabby can tell the story better, but it's something like Endeavor here on his unstoppable quest to overcome All Might decides to win in another way, producing an heir. Hey, all for one and now you. Is this a new trend? Or all for one copied you, Endeavor? Damn. Even the greatest villain of all time wanted to learn from you in this regard. I say, putting salt in the wound. He deserves. Moving on. Endeavor wanted his descendant to surpass All Might. So he married his wife, obviously. He had 4 kids. He thought he got lucky with the first one. But although Little Toy's flames and general quirk were really stronger than his dear father's, he had a problem. Little Toy's flames and general quirk were really stronger than his dear father's. I say, repeating myself. Toya had strong flames, but he inherited his mother's constitution. The constitution of being resistant to cold, not heat. See. Quirk singularity makes its appearance again. I say, gesturing to the pillar with the cure. Knowing that if Toya kept using the flames, he would only earn an early death, let alone a place in the heroic world. Endeavor gave up on Toya and shifted his focus to Shoto, the perfect son, with the 2 quirks, with fire and ice. But what about Toya? I say exaggeratedly, and I see that I've caught everyone's attention with my speech. Toya can be a normal person, right? It's okay that he's not a hero, right? It's okay, right? Wrong. All his life he listened to his father talking to him he would be a great hero, who would surpass All Might. All his friends wanted to be heroes. He only knew this, and this was his world. And now everything has been destroyed. See the problem again, All Might. I turn my face to the bulky hero, who has a complicated expression on his face. The pressure and expectation that crushes little kids' shoulders, of being normal, and the normal being a hero. Toya didn't know another life. And he never stopped training, even secretly. So he had an accident and was presumed dead. About the situation at Todoroki household, you can ask him in the future. I say, ending. I'm not going to get into these guys' personal problems. I don't know if Dabi can change. And if he can, I'm not the one who's going to make him change. This is something they must strive for on their own. I've already interfered with too much with Tamura. It is all my fault. How could I let this happen? I'm a failure. Endeavor starts saying while kneeling on the floor. The guy has a dead expression as he just stares into space. He is broken inside. Ha! This can't do. Moving towards him, I slap the bastard. Slap. Everyone is shocked and some even start to move to hold me. What do you think you're doing bitching right now? You don't have time for this. You don't have the luxury for this. Him. I say, pointing to the monitor. It's the result of your actions and you're going to confront your past. You're the #1 hero now. And society sucks. No one would want to be in your position. But you're going to face it. Even if you fail, even after you fail, you'll keep holding on. And I crouch to keep eye level. You're not All Might, Shoto's not you. You've had a totally wrong focus until now. And from today onwards you will strive to fix everything. That's your hero name, right? Endeavor. You don't choose anything like Fire Lord or anything related to how your powers work. You choose Endeavor. Now you're going to put effort in this. Rising, Endeavor's eyes and everyone else follows me. But your effort won't be for you. Him, and them? I say, pointing to Dabi, Shoto and the other heroic students. You will strive for them. For the future. Not as a symbol of peace, but a flame of hope. That can guide these little chickens to grow and become the better version of themselves. Until they're all ready to actually make this world a better place. I don't sugarcoat. Endeavor don't need this. No one will thank you. People will hate you and despise you. Maybe you'll never mend the relationship with your family. But you'll keep moving forward. Because that's your role. That's you, Endeavor. The fruits of your efforts will not be for you to take. I look around. Hard times make strong men. I look at All Might. And these strong men make easy times. In easy times weak people are born. I look at a monitor that shows the news, and there's a hero resigning. And those weak people will create hard times. I open my arms, signaling everything around me. And this difficult time now, I believe it will create the strongest of you all. I say, looking at the new generation. This is your era, Endeavor. It's not like you imagined. But your era will precede the best era this world has ever seen. And that will only be possible if you become the man and hero you should always have been. I finish looking straight into his eyes. I finally see the light going back to him. He is still sad, shocked and even a little depressed. But he is determined. That's all I ask. My charisma and leadership is really high these days. Many of my cards have an absurd amount of charism. Very nice. Well, this is something you all will have to work on in the future, and I won't be here. Let's focus on the now. I have 2 things to show you, I say, signaling to the high-tech coffins. With who to start? Looking at all Might and Aizawa, I decided to give the gift first, before the burden. This biggest coffin has a Nomu, Kurogiri, I say to everyone's amazement. Ah yes. You only know Nomas as mindless beasts full of quirks. Well, the doctor was working on making high-end Nomas, various quirks, and high intellect. But Kurogiri is special. He only has 1 quirk and high intellect. But this quirk was artificially made by merging several others, I say to my audience. And this concept of merging powers was very interesting. Being able to create new powers, or even merge several powers of the same type and make something bigger and better. I lost count of how many powers that increase my physical power I have. If I merge them all, it will not only create something better. I won't need to focus on using several at once. It will save effort not having to multitask. Kurogiri is a Nomu. One of the first. I read his information in the database. He was created from the body of a brain-dead person. His body was still alive. So the doctor and All for One worked to revive him by implanting a new personality and new quirks that merged, creating Kurogiri. I say, looking at Aizawa and Present Mike. They're both not liking the way I look at them. Fun fact, the quirk fusion concept came about with One for All Might. I say to the surprise of the former #1 hero. You know how One for All was born out of a passable quirk and a power accumulating quirk. And nowadays it even guards the quirks of previous users. Fusing quirks helps the body not be overloaded. I explain. Todoroki-kun has this gift from Mother Nature, I say, shifting my view to Shoto. A double quirk. Which could very well be 2 different quirks, adapted to form his only 1 quirk. Obviously it has a restriction, cold from the right side, and heat from the left side. That's nature's way of adapting your body. Very nice, I say to those interested. I studied a lot about quirks and powers. After all, now that I'm a mutant, metahuman, I know which side I'll be on in Marvel. And my main enemies, like Mr. Sinister, the Sentinel program and others. That whole thing of knowing yourself, I can't slack off. I'm sidetracking, sorry. What I mean is that Kurogiri here is made of a person that some who are present know, so prepare your hearts. Evil know no bounds, I say sadly. Everyone's eyes widen. After all, it means that Kurogiri may have been a hero from the past who had his body desecrated by the villains. Niza seems to have already figured it out. He looks pretty solemn and got off Aizawa's shoulder. Long ago, during a fight with a giant villain. All for One recovered and changed the body of an UA student. According to the files, they were after erasure. I look straight into Aizawa's eyes, as I listen. Gasps around me. But they settled for the other option. What are you trying to say? Aizawa talks to me and starts walking towards me. Wow, he is scary. Keeping eye contact, hear me till the end. Present Mike puts a hand on Aizawa's shoulder, but he also looks tense. He's not smiling excitedly like he usually is. Kurogiri Warp Gate was made by merging several quirks. The main ones being Warp, the quirk that creates a black liquid from the target's mouth to transport it, and Cloud, Shirakumo Aburo quirk, former student of the heroic course of UA. I drop the bomb. They act as expected. They look at the larger coffin and look solemn. Those who knew Shirakumo had a more exaggerated reaction. Midnight takes her hands to her mouth and turns over to cry. Principal Niza closes his eyes slowly and lets out a sigh. Present Mike comes towards me and grabs my shoulders. What are you talking about, huh? I saw that Kurogiri guy, and he's nothing like my pal. Are you messing with me? In that day, I see with my own eyes. Can't this fucking be, man? Present Mike screams with his face very close. I don't flinch. Aizawa and Tsukachi come to help me. Hisashi, calm down. Aizawa speaks, but he doesn't seem calm at all. He's squeezing Present Mike's shoulder really hard. Present Mike. Everything Hector has said so far has been true, the detective says solemnly. Calm down. There's hope, I say, and everyone turns to me at the same time. Wouldn't you be storing Kurogiri in such a technological apparatus if you didn't have a plan, right, Hector-kun? Principal Niza says. It's true, I could have left Kurogiri in a cell. I nod. Yes. Like I said, they didn't take Shirakumo Aburo's corpse. But Shirakumo in a vegetative state. You could say that the transformation into Nomo saved his life. That is, if they weren't the ones who attacked him in the first place. I say, but seeing that present Mike is going to start screaming again, I quickly continue. I already got him back to normal, I say, and damn, I got scared that someone would die from whipslash. How quickly necks turned. What? How? Many start talking at the same time. Raising my hand to silence them, I start to explain. To explain the process, I'll have to give you some information first. I approach Eri and use a weak quirk, Silence Ball. The concept is similar to Khorasan's Devil Foot from One Piece, but it just makes soccer ball size space with no sounds. I take from a small thug from Shihasaikai, he puts in his foots, to move sneakily. I put the quirk in Eri head, because she doesn't need to hear this. Eri's quirk, as you've already noticed from my conversation with her, is Rewind. Rewind gives the user the ability to reverse a living being's body back to a previous state. The quirk is the result of an extremely rare mutation, and bears no resemblance to any quirk on either side of Eri's family's lineage, is what I call anomaly. Her quirk is so strong that at the moment of awakening, she has rewound her father enough to the point where he doesn't exist anymore. I say sadly. Eri isn't listening to me, but shows a confused expression. To fool her, I start to show a more cheerful expression and pull her cheeks. That is because of that, she is abandoned by her mother, saying that she is cursed or something like that. Her grandfather goes to take care of her, till one of his subordinates, Kai Chisaki, sees Eri's value in creating the quirk erasing bullets. Eri suffered from experiences for most of her childhood, until I rescued her at least a month ago. That's awful. Horrible. Bastard. Many heroes are outraged by this fact. Eri is another example of rejection by this society, and how it turns a blind eye to those who don't fit in. Besides that, her quirk helps prove the quirk's singularity theory. Her quirk is an anomaly, and strong enough that from the beginning she has already been able to reverse more than 30 years of a person, a danger to the people around her in the case. Can you imagine if many quirks like these or Tamura's start to appear in the future? 4-year-old kids with no control over their powers, simply going in rampant without being capable of stopping. I let the thought sink in them, enjoying that everyone is lost in their thoughts. I make the bigger high-tech coffin monitor turn on, and show the person inside, looking exactly like Shirakumo, only older. There's Kurojiri, a oxygen mask in his face and some devices reading his vitals. Squinting, I see Aizawa's eyes fill with tears for a moment before he wipes it away, but present Mike isn't that subtle. Aburo, pal. Rewind only affects the physical aspects of a person, so even using it, it wouldn't erase the memories of what the person has lived through. But I have much better control than Eri, so I, little by little, rewind the chemicals of his brain to the state before his transformation in Kurojiri. I didn't use the quirk completely unrestrained. That's why he looks more grown up, and must remember the time as Kurojiri. But his brainwave readings are totally different from Kurojiri's. And he is already stable, he just needs to wake up. And what are we waiting for? Wake him up now. Present Mike speaks quickly. Calm down. In 2 days you can wake him up. He is still going through the quirk singularity healing process. I went all out. He will wake up better than before. I was scared of the quirk warp gate, which is different from Cloud, influence his personality, or even save some remnant of Kurojiri, causing future problems. I explain. Damn, you're really thought in everything, right? Captain Celebrity talks about his place. Very impressive, Hector-kun. I have no words to thank you for what you did. Principal Niza speaks. Well, you'll thank me if you make all my plans keep working even after I leave, if I can ask for something. I say, looking at Shimura-san. I move to the lower high-tech coffin. I turn on the monitor and show the child inside. This is Shimura Tenko, Tamura Shiriki before the trauma. I would like you to take care of him. I speak to everyone, but mostly to All Might. This is the burden I will leave. And it was the best way to deal with Tamura, and I followed wish of the holders of One for All Might POV. Today, since I set foot in this laboratory, my world has been turned upside down several times. First, the revelation that the villain is so young and not our enemy, that I had a certain hunch since my encounter with him on Kamino. I never felt even a bad intention from him. It confused me a lot at the time, enough that I started to think that maybe he saw everyone around him as insects, so he didn't show anything. He didn't see us as people. This is the most dangerous type of villain. He has nothing holding back. But now it has been revealed to me that it is very much the opposite. He cares about people, especially little Eri. In hindsight, makes sense, he never killed any heroes. His attitude towards criminals and others is in stark contrast. Knowing that he will return the quirks was a relief, although his refusal to return one for all leaves me ready to protest. But listening to his motives and seeing my master again threw me out of loop. Being healed then. Then he talks about the quirk singularity theory and the cure that he developed. Anyone can see that although he is not a hero, his intentions are good. He was what I envision one of the first vigilantes to emerge, looking like the pioneers who set out to save the world from chaos. They didn't have the time or inclination to smile or act like today's heroes. They just saved people and improved the world around them. Gtacha has never been to a hero school, not that he needs to, so his methods are unconventional, to say the least. But he was guided by Shishao and the other holders of the One for All and also received their approval. I know he will walk a path of justice. And apparently his time in this world is limited. I'm a little confused about this, but I won't interrupt. I know he's a good guy. He went out of his way to save Aizawa's friend, even though he didn't owe anything. He might talk like he doesn't care, like he just does it on a whim, but he really is a good person, just like Shishao said. A little tsundere though. Ha ha ha, what are you laughing at, All Might? I hear Gtacha talking to get my attention. He, the principal and Tsukachi were having a little conversation about the UA trader, and about the fate of Shigaraki Tamura, my teacher's grandson. I wish to help with I can. Nothing really, Gtacha. But you're talking about Shigaraki, I say, bringing the conversation back to the topic that worries me. Yes. As I was saying, initially I just wanted to kill Tamura Shigaraki and leave it at that. He is very unstable and stubborn, wanting the end of society and to destroy everything. And even if I just take his quirk, he would bring pain just by existing. I flinch with his statement. But Shimura-san here convinced me to let him live, but at the same time I know he's a problem. And letting him live would just be favoritism because of his relationship with Shimura-san. For me he's no different from the other villains. So I thought of a middle ground. Gtacha explains before Shigaraki Tamura became what he is today, he wasn't much different from any other boy his age. His story is even a little similar to Aries, so I decided to give him a second chance. I will briefly tell his story. As a young boy, Shimura Tenko, the son of Shimura Kotaro, also admired heroes. But he had to suppress this admiration because of his father, who despised heroes. Gtacha gives a side glance to Shishao. She is looking at the floor, depressed. To him heroes are people who hurt their own families, only to help complete strangers. Myself and many flinch with that statement. I see Gran Torino approaches Shishao to comfort her. One day, little Tenko had a big fight with his father over this. I won't go into details about their family dynamics. But that was the tragic day he awakened his quirk. And you know what his quirk is, right? And you've seen the hands he uses over the body he calls family, right? I can only stand still clenching my fists. So many bad things happened and I couldn't do anything. I know I'm just one. I know I can't save everyone. But I could have tried harder. Investigated more. Don't torture yourself for the past, All Might. Gtachan's voice snaps me out of my thoughts. It's no use thinking too much about the past. The only direction that matters now is forward. That's why I'm giving you a chance to fix things, but I'll talk about the risks. He approaches the small coffin, presses some buttons, showing some information from Tenko sleeping inside. As I said before, rewind only works on the body. I can't rewind his memories or mind. And unlike Kurogiri, who was an experiment, Shimura Tenko became Shigaraki Tamura by himself. Obviously he was influenced by All for One, but it was a natural course for his situation. So All Might, can you guarantee that he won't go back to becoming Shigaraki Tamura? That at some point maybe his memories will come back and it will all be for nothing? He is a ticking time bomb. I used the quirk to rewind him until before decay awakening, but what happens in the event that he gains his quirk again? Gtacha looks at me seriously. Even though I'm a foot taller than him, I still feel the pressure and seriousness of the situation. But I don't hesitate. Leave it to me. I believe little Tenko has suffered too much and circumstances have made him become a villain. This time I will stand for him, and I will take full responsibility if things go wrong. I say seriously. Hector Shaunan seems to look at me for a minute, but he lets the corner of his mouth smile slightly and speaks. I see your determination, All Might. Relax, I made your job easier. I altered his memories, actually erased as much as possible. What I did was no different from killing Shigaraki Tamura, and letting Shimura Tenko be reborn. And so was I want. And I change Eddie's quirk factor. Hector shrugs his shoulders. Did your conj his quirk factor? Principal Nizu asks curiously. Yes, as I backtracked him to before awakening the quirk decay, which was an anomaly in his family. I modified and changed it to a quirk more tame and compatible. Hector speaks as he closes the small coffin. What quirk? I ask. Float, Hector responds, and walking to the lab's central computer, not looking back. Looking to the side, I see my Shishao with her hand over her mouth as she tries to suppress her tears, and Gran Torino just smirking, muttering something like her still being a crybaby. Looking at the retreating back of Hector Shaunan, I think he really is a good person. And as Shishao spoke, at Sundara, still All Might POV. After a minute, and Shishao calming down, Hector Shaunan returns holding a syringe and device in his hands. He approaches and hands the device to Principal Nizu. It must be some information or instructions for the future. After that, he addresses little Eri and Lady Nagant. It looks like he's leaving. Seeing the little girl hug him so tightly makes me feel sad for Hector Shaunan's departure. After a few minutes he turns around and abruptly removes his cloak, showing the costume underneath. And he throws his cloak high in the air. Without explaining anything, he turns his arm into a rifle. Lady Nagant quirk. And shoots the cloak twice in the places that would be the head and the heart. Quickly retracting the rifle, he makes flames appear out of his hand and shoot towards the cloak, burning it a little. Don't tell me when the cloak finally drops, he grabs it with one hand and heads for Endeavor. With that, the villain Dis is dead. Use it wisely. He speaks, handing over the damaged cloak into the hands of the current pillar of society. You all know that Lady Nagant here was a victim of the system. Help me make this a second chance for her, he says seriously. Hector Shaunan, I will never be able to reward you enough. Don't worry. I will use my influence to clear Lady Nagant's name. I say seriously. I'm tired of being passive with these decisions. Even if no one supports me, I will fight so that Lady Nagant is not arrested. While she committed murder, I believe she has already paid enough. I will help so that she can no longer be arrested. Principal Nizu supports me. We can both do a lot with our influence. That's all I ask. Kana-san will take care of Eri. I don't want a runaway life for both of them. By the way, before I transported you here, I went to restore Ingenium and Eri's biological grandfather in the hospital. Be quiet, that it was me. Hector Shaunan speaks. As if it wasn't much. And one more thing. When your guys explain how you're all beat me, say it was self-destruction, that helps. You know, like the common trope. That the villain absorbs power and the hero is like IARG. It's my power that you want? So take everything? Hector Shaunan says while reenacting an imaginary fight. This will prevent people from chasing power recklessly in the future. It will be like a warning. I don't want anything speeding up quirk singularity doomsday. And it might also bring attention to the problem. Hector Shaunan concludes more seriously. You really thought of everything, Hector-kun, Principal Nizu praises. But Hector just shrugs. Wait. I hear a shy voice speak from the back of the group. I know what you did was great. And nobody can argue with the results. But you couldn't have come clean to the heroes. We could have helped. You had caused a lot of suffering for your actions. Yayo Rosa. Xiaozhou speaks. Her thinking has a little bit of truth. If we'd worked together from the start, we could have achieved many things. But I think with a grimace of all the difficulties. Hector Shaunan approaches Yayo Rosa Xiaozhou slowly. She flinches seeing him come closer. But when he's close enough, Hector Shaunan just pats her head. It's not just her who's confused. So innocent. Hector Shaunan says as he grabs Yayo Rosa Xiaozhou's cheeks and starts molding it between his fingers. Stop, she protests. But he's not hurting her, so no one intervenes. You're so innocent, Yayo Rosa-chan. First, answer me, All Might. Would you trust someone who has all for one? Hector Shaunan says, turning to me, but not learning to stretch the young heroine in trainings in the cheeks. I can't say I would. I truly answer. Exactly. And second, I said my priority is my personal growth. I want to grow strong, and I did some bad things during my quest to achieve my goal. It doesn't matter to me. But when I'm gone, Hector Shaunen explains, the responsibility would fall on us who associate with you. Principal Nizu concludes. Bingo, he says, finally removing his hands from the black-haired girl's face. Working together for a better future, Hector Shonen says, almost mocking. It looks nice on paper, but that's not how it would work. The truth is that bureaucracy and corrupt people in power would delay my work. My deadline was of a month. We could never trust each other 100%. And I had to expose society's problems, which is what Hero Commission doesn't want. And you guys work for the Hero Commission. So it's much better for me to play the villain, expose the problems, and then be defeated. To make room to a new system. You can blame it all on me, except for things I've already exposed on the internet. Heroes will be seen as pawns that have been manipulated, not villains. You really thought of everything. Aizawa says, it's even scary how far he planned. I cheated, he says, shrugging his shoulders. He is really humble. After this conversation, he turns to Midoriya Shaunen. You seem to have been the only one in a bad situation today, Midoriya. Aya, it's look like that. But I don't care. Thing will be better, so, everything's is good. Midoriya Shaunen responds nervously. But you still want to be a hero, don't you? Midoriya Shaunen looks down, and clenches his fists. I want, but I don't know if, bonk. Hector Shaunen hits him on the head. Ouch. Why did you do that? Stop being a wimpy. The truth is I don't like you. Hector Shaunen says seriously, and Midoriya Shaunen flinches. You wanted to be a hero, but you never trained before you met All Might. I know people who face very dangerous guys with pistols or a bow and arrow. You have no excuse for acting that way. Hector Shaunen, after saying that, turns to Bakugo Shaunen. But I can understand your lack of self-confidence. If you've heard all your life that you're a loser, it's hard to change, right? Without any support, it's hard to take that first step. The step that defines those who succeed and those who don't. Those who try and those who give up. Listen to me here, Midoriya. I'm not going to say any inspiring words to you now and give you approval. I don't know if you can be a hero, or even if you'll be a good one. So my approval means shit. Hector Shaunen continues. Despite him saying that, I feel he will help Midoriya Shaunen. But don't let anyone tell you you can't do something. Me, Bakugo, and even All Might send whoever tried to throw you down to fucking themselves and go do what you want. I believe in second chances. Here's yours. Hector Shaunen speaks as he extends his hand to show the syringe he was holding. On Kamino, I collected your blood for research. And I can't and won't give you back one for all, so I made you a quirk. As expected, Hector Shaunen is a good person. This quirk is based on one of my original powers. Enough to make you a top hero in the future. This gets everyone's attention. Spider physiology. With this quirk you will receive dozens of tons of physical strength. Not on the same level as All Might, but it will be enough. The real prize is the other abilities. Other skills. Wall climbing, strength, reflexes, speed, invisibility, bioelectricity, and a danger sense. I converted this spider physiology into a quirk. You as a quirkless person, and I take your DNA to make this serum compatible. With this you will have no problem continuing your heroic course. Hector Shaunen says, handing over the syringe. You'll get the powers about 12 hours after injecting. Fun fact, these powers are similar to the previous users of One for All, so it's an adequate compensation. Hector Shaunen. Thank you, I say sincerely. Thank you so much, Hector-kun. Midoriya says excitedly and with tears in his eyes. Ugh, stop that. He says, turning around and going to talk to Shishao. Thank you for everything you've done, Hector. Shishao says, smiling. Whatever. Shimura-san. It's time. Yes. Time for all of us to disappear. Shishao, you. I say it's okay, Toshinori. It's only natural. We exist to fight all for one, we're just ghosts from the past. You know, Shimura-san. In your case, I can't do anything now, but I have your DNA, from one of Tomura's hands. And where I come from, it's not impossible to transfer the mind to a body. And in some years, when I get stronger you can be reborn. Hector Shaunen says. Seriously. Incredible. But Shishao just give a slight smile. It's okay, you don't have to. I'm happy to exist now. I was able to see and speak again with Toshinori and Sorahiko. I met you, Hector. But I don't need to push more than that. I can rest in peace. She calmly responds. Shishao, it's okay Toshinori. I want to say I'm very proud of you. You exceeded all my expectations. Good job, she says, smiling and giving me a thumbs up. Shishao, I can't hold back the tears. But before go, Hector, do that, she says abruptly, turning to Hector Shaunen. No, Hector Shaunen responds immediately. Come on, do it. I won't, I don't have to. You will feel better. I feel really good now. Don't be at Sundara. Shut up, Gilf. Sundara. Gilf. I don't know what's going on anymore. Hector. Seems to be denying something. Okay, I do it. Hector Shaunen finally accepts. Shishao just smiles and give an encouragement. Go on tch. Hector starts walking towards us, grimacing. When he gets a good distance away, he sighs and he bows. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused. I know the results are good, but it doesn't erase the bad deeds I've done. For this I apologize. He is apologizing. He straightens up and walks away without giving us a second glance. We are all shocked. Happy. He says to Shishao, I'm proud of you, Hector. You've come far. Don't lose yourself. In the future, if you feel down and depressed, remember your origins, your childlike admiration for heroes and your desire to do good. Shishao says, smiling at him. He just nods. Seriously. Now, do it, Shishao says, and the other users appear again. Goodbye, everyone. I have a good time. I heard once in the past that people don't die when they get shot or exploded. People die when they're forgotten. I'll never forget you. I have a good memory. You guys will live with me anyway, Hector says, and we all watched in silence as the users disappeared into tiny particles of light. They disappear, giving advice or wishing good luck to Hector Shaunen. Ha, I think it's my time now. Hector Shaunen speaks. He turns to us and says, Eri, Kana, you guys are strong. It's going to be okay, he says, turning to Duo. And you guys? He looks at us intensely. Hector-kun, don't worry. I won't waste your efforts. Principal Nizu speaks and everyone agrees the world will not know about you, but we will never forget you. Everyone agrees again. Many thank him like Aizawa and Present Mike. And even Endeavor. Present Mike is even crying and hugging him and calling him pal. Before I go, I'd like to say something. This is the temporary villain name I used. In the future I'll use another one for my super activities, ho. And I'd like to share it now. Remember me by that name. My code name will be Eidolon. It stands for an idealized person or thing, or a specter or phantom. I believe it embodies my style. I will work hard to become the ideal version of myself and try to inspire others to do the same. But on the other hand, I will work in the shadows, as a ghost for the betterment of society. Besides that, Eidolon is a kind of bat. And I will be paying homage to a certain person who served as a foundation for who I am as a super. Eidolon is a nice name. Approved. Midnight speaks, giving a thumbs up. Yes. It's very nice. Ho. Now, don't ever forget. I soloed all of you suckers. Ha 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 ha. With that, Hector Shaunen, Eidolon, disappears in a beam of light. Everyone looks shocked. But one after the other, we started laughing. I don't know to where he is going back, but I wish I could talk with him more. And I know that I'm not the only one. Bonus world of BNHA, a little more than a month after Hector departure. Principal Nizu POV. I take a sip of my tea as I watch the newcomers in the meeting room. A lot has happened since we announced the defeat of the villain Dis. Society is getting back to normal. Many heroes who tried to return to the profession received harsh criticism from the public, and eventually dropped out again. Did you foresee even this, Hector-kun? How is your class, Aizawa-sensei? I ask the sleep-deprived hero. Better than I expect. Bakugo finally starts using his foots, after not being approved in the provisional hero license exam. And Midoriya has already adapted very well to his new powers. He is already tied with Todoroki in performance. Aizawa responds. Bakugo, because of his pride, for a long time he refused to use the improvements Hector-kun made on his quirk. But it looks like he's finally over that. That's good. To achieve his goal, he has to give his all. I say calmly. Turning to the new addition to the faculty, I ask. And you, Shirakumo? How are you? And Tenko? I ask the recovered Shirakumo Aburo. He recently passed the hero exam and got his links. In addition to patrols with Eraserhead, he is the substitute teacher at UA. The fact that his quirk is Warp Gate still proves invaluable to the hero's side. He already works with many agencies. Hector is very considerate. He even made the fog cuz light blue like his hair, so they wouldn't associate him with Kurogiri. Haha. I'm great, principal. I've adapted. It was easy because Shota and Hisashi haven't changed a thing. Shota is still grumpy as ever. Ahaha, he says laughing, and Present Mike joins in. It's nice to see the three friends together. Eri and Tenko are currently being looked after by the big three. Mirio and Nejire are very good with them. Shirakumo and Tenko have been undergoing psychological follow-up to see they are really okay. He does not care. He's also attached to Shimura Tenko-kun. Maybe it's from his time as Kurogiri, or maybe it's just his personality. After all, he was the kind of guy who couldn't leave a kitten in the rain alone. Eri is here too already? If she is, I say. Entering through the door, the former hero Lady Nagant enters. And currently the heroine Lady Eidolon. She changed her name and went back to being a heroine. In the files that Hector uploaded on the internet, there was information about her suffering, and everyone thinks she infiltrated Dissa's inner circle and helped to defeat him. She is already the top 2 hero, behind only Hawks. Endeavor has dropped a lot in rank after he publicly confessed his past mistakes. But he didn't stop being a hero and putting effort into improving his relationship with his family. Hector words really reach him. Lady Eidolon is in black, and her hair is in a bun. She currently has to be the strongest hero in Japan. Hector wasn't stingy about giving her several support quirks, as she now can withstand it. Nothing too strong, only to help a little. As a quirk that helps control her hair, that's why her hair is already big, since her ammunition is hair and a quirk to fly, and others. Nobody knows how many more she has, she doesn't reveal. Lady Eidolon, glad you came, please have a seat. I say, principal. She nods and sit. And she starts snacking on the table. How is Eri? I ask. Very good, she's already made friends in her own age. Lady Eidolon speaks with a small smile on her face. Eri and Hector are the only things that can make her smile nowadays. Eri. Before leaving, Hector left me a gift for Eri. Several syringes that will give quirks to Eri, in case she wants to pursue a career as a hero. I was surprised that he would trust this to me, and I even went to discuss it with Lady Eidolon. She just shrugged her shoulders and said she trusts Hector's judgment if he trusts you. Seeing the name, I know there are several quirks to help little Eri. Longevity, super regeneration, tactile telekinesis of Captain Celebrity, and many others. With this, Eri can become the strongest in the world. Speaking of the things Hector left behind, it wasn't all a gift. Now that everyone is here, we can talk about the gifts of Eidolon, I say, and everyone gets serious. Looking around, I see the faces of the various people who were there that day, and many who were not, but are reliable. First, All Might. What did David Shield report? I turn to former number 1 hero, who seems very healthy. In fact, Hector secretly left a quirk power for All Might to use. He didn't say anything so All Might wouldn't have the pressure to go back to being a hero. He spoke of the importance of All Might's retirement being the end of an old era. Because of this, All Might refrained to come back from his retirement. But he helps when can. Thanks to Hector, All Might ended up as invincible, only defeated by a villain's trick. He has the best record and will stay that way forever. And everyone knows about All Might's sacrifice now. David has nothing but praise for the E-Serum. He said that is the work of a genius, and that he himself would need years to replicate something of that level. Thanks to all the research Eidolon left behind, he predicts he can have a more simplified formula for the public in 10 years. All Might speaks to everyone's delight and surprise. And he did it in a month. Really absurd. Hector didn't start from scratch. Kayode Gariki had been working on the metamorphosis to Tamura for decades. Using his own blood, Hector managed to cheat a little, in his own words. Lady Eidolon talks while eating a snack. But he said he could complete a perfect cure in 3 years. She concludes. Hee. She has to say that Hector is superior to David Shield. Huh? Ahem. That's really good, All Might. And how's the arrest going on all those people related to All for One? Tsukachi responds. Investing one by one is complicated. Many have been threatened, so we're being careful not to apprehend anyone unfairly. But that brings up the Aoyama issue. Tsukachi knew, looking at everyone. Aoyama is a sore spot for UA faculty. The traitor. Hector left all the information about All for One dealings, and explained to us about Aoyama's situation. Hector is a nice guy, he didn't speak publicly about Aoyama, letting us deal with the situation all we see fit. I believe circumstances forced Aoyama Shounen to do what he did. We need to help him in addition to scolding him a little. All Might speaks in defense of the young would-be hero. The meeting continues, and we discuss various issues of how to best use the gifts left by Eidolon. I think with that, we can finish for today. Thank you all for coming, I say, concluding the meeting. When everyone stands up, an unexpected person speaks. Recovery girl goes to Lady Eidolon and asks, "Dear, did your period is late? Well, did Eidolon leave us one last and unexpected gift? End of this arc. Damn, it was a lot longer than expected. Can you all believe I wanted it to last only 4 chapters? Many people don't like the Bnha arc, but this arc is about the MC growth. The MC grow in strength, acquire powers, learn about different subjects, learning about heroing, about villainy, create bonds, create a little relationship, learn about his own morals, make mistakes. This arc is all about the MC character development. Sincerely, I don't understand the people that read the first chapter and drops. I will make a note about the future of the history, but I can give a little spoiler. Before the next Gtacha we'll have High School, X-Men, Avengers, Kingpin, Summons, and the start of MC organization. Wait for it. Till next time. It's okay to lose people, but never lose yourself. Eminem. Marvel World, New York, 6 of February. In the bedroom of the Carvalho residence, a figure slowly appears out of nowhere. This figure is obviously Hector in his form-fitting UMF suit. He seems to trying to be on high alert, as if he's waiting for some monster or bald head to appear out of nowhere to attack him, or worse, have tea with him. Looking sideways, sort of actuation in hand. Using observation haki and every possible power to detect anything strange, he continues to center himself. He's actually a little dizzy and confused from being back. Cross a multiverse can do this to a person. Contrary to what he showed, he didn't immediately return to the Marvel world after saying goodbye to the heroes and his 2 girls. Hector is too paranoid to just go off like this. Little flashback, ho. Now, don't ever forget. I soloed all of you suckers. Ha 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 ha. Hector says it before apparently going back to his home world. But that's just a show for those present. With a beam of light he appears above Jacko Hospital, to observe a little how things will develop. In fact, there's still 02 hours left for his time in the world of BNHA to end. Floating unseen in midair, he watches as Principal Nizo and the others deal with the situation. He has to make absolutely sure they will keep their promise to clear Lady Nagant of the charges, as well as take care of Eri. If not, he'll take the 2 of them to the world of Marvel. It's not ideal, but he won't have any other choice. Fortunately, his fears does not come to pass. Within minutes, a large number of police cars and other heroes surround the hospital. They secure the perimeter, evacuate patients and staff. From its high vantage point, Hector can see that there doesn't seem to be any problem. No one is trying to handcuff Lady Nagant. Not that they can. Hector gave her a good amount of quirks to defend herself with. Seeing that everything is going well, Hector breathes a sigh of relief. A second later, he uses his quirk warping to solve an unfinished business. Using air wall, he makes a platform to stand on, and on his immediate right appears Stain, the hero killer, after being transported by the quirk warping. So Hector starts. What do you think? Are you satisfied with the outcome? You kept your promise. You really showed a better way to change this society, Stain says. And I'll keep mine too. So are you going to get out of the hero killer business for good? Hector asks, giving him a smirk. Yes, after a bit of hesitation. Stain replies, but I'm still going to hunt the fake heroes and break a little of their bones. Someone still has to make them dread fall to depravity again. Ho. As long as you don't run around on another killing spree. Having someone like you instill fear in the hearts of bastards isn't all bad, Hector says, and then looks down again, looking at the group of young heroes. They can work in the light, inspiring people to become better versions of themselves. Hector says, pointing to the young people, you keep working in the shadows, being a deterrent to keep people from going astray. That's what I intend, Stain says, while also looking down to the world. I am your last subordinate who still carries your ideals. Let's let the shadow of dis hang as a threat of what could happen to this society if they falter again. Sorry to put you through this, Hector apologizes, looking back at Stain. Forget it, I don't know any other life besides this one. Stain just shrugs. The two fall into a comfortable silence as they listens for police sirens. You know, Hector begins by calling the hero killer's attention in the same class as those young people. There is a girl who wants to become a hero for money. This makes Stain look at the group carefully. I'm not telling you this to go hunt her. Let me finish. Hector adds, that girl, Yurika Okako. She's a good girl. Her parents don't have much money. She wants to be a hero to give a relaxed life to her parents. When she was little, she saw the tired face of her parents, and wanted to help. One day she saw a hero saving the day and looked around and noticed all the people smiling relaxed. Even her parents. Hector continued as if talking to himself. What I mean is, if you look simplistically at her goal, she wants money, but if you look carefully and more deeply, she wants to put a smile on people's faces. Especially her parents, making them live comfortably. Hector finally turns to Stain. People have their own circumstances, everyone is so complex. You shouldn't kill people, cutting off any chance and potential for good, by your own biased judgment. Is what I want to you, Akaguro-san. Hector concludes. Stain is silent for a while. I understand. People can be different types of heroes, creating my own template and killing the ones that don't fit, make me no different of hero commission. Hector smiles. I'm glad that you understand, and then Hector looks back at the group below. Are you sure you don't want to spend this time with the two of them? Stain asks. Hector scratches his cheek. I already said goodbye, it would be embarrassing to show up again. Hehe. Changing the subject. Do you want me to fix your nose? Hector asks. No. This wound is the proof of my determination. I inflicted it on myself after being enlightened by a man in the way I should go. Stain responds, taking his hand where his nose should be. I know. Fun fact, the only quirk I ever gave you, overclock, belonged to this guy. He lost to All for One and a copy was stored in this lab for all this time. Due to the brain damage All for One received, he couldn't use it without causing detriment to himself. Hector says. He likes to make these little revelations. Stain, unlike Lady Nagant and Eri, received only one more quirk from Hector, overclock. A quirk that allows the user to accelerate to extreme speeds, to the point that to the user, it looks like nothing is moving. According to the wiki, its true ability consists of stimulating the brain, speeding up the user's perception and thoughts relative to everything else, allowing them to move at a much faster speed than others. In normal situations, the user can move at speeds approximately 3 to 10 times faster than normal. In emergency situations, when the user's fight or flight response is active, the user can move at speeds a few dozen times faster than normal. The user can move fast enough to outpace bullets. The user can move fast enough to the point that the world seems completely frozen. Moving faster than time requires you to move at the speed of light or faster, about 186,000 miles per second. This quirk is very OP, is currently a trump card in Eidolon's arsenal. This fact seems to surprise Stain. I did not know that. Fate is really interesting. Stain with this new quirk proves to be a fatal opponent for anyone. Lady Nagant has a copy too, by the way. 5 minutes to go. Hector says absently, it doesn't look like anything unpredictable is going to happen. Yes. Hector finally stops looking down and turns his face to the horizon. Beautiful, huh? He says to Stain. Looks very shitty to me. Huh. Well, I think is a little my fault. Hector speaks, referring to the state of the city. Deserted streets, graffiti, trash, poor lighting. Consequences of the temporary chaos that he created. But I think the world in general is a very beautiful and nice place to live. Hector completes with a small smile. So nice, and because of that it's easy for bastards to taint this world with their evil intentions, Akaguro-san. It's easy to be evil. And to evil win, all is need is for good men do nothing. Hector completes with a hard look in his eyes. 1 minute. Hector says, apparently to himself. Will you ever come back? Stain asks. I intend. I don't know if it's possible, believe it or not. I've only had my powers for less than 2 months. I don't know my limits yet. But I'll try to come back. In 5 or 10 years, Hector says, and then puts his chin between his fingers. Although I don't know if there's time dilation. He mutters. Well, Now it's my time for real, Hector says, turning to Stain. Goodbye, Akagoro Chizome, he says, holding out his hand. Stain takes it without hesitation. Goodbye, Hector. I don't think that you are true hero, but you can be your own type of hero. Hector laughs. Exactly what I intend. And he opens a portal for Stan, while slowly disappearing. Nothing flash as he had shown earlier, just him fading into existence in this world. Stain crosses the portal to an alley a little farther away. He will work to keep alive the little conch that Hector left in this world, in his own way. Present time, Marvel world. Minutes have passed and Hector is still on high alert, muscles coiled and ready to pounce on the sign of any irregularity. Hector doesn't intend to let his guard down, he's just suffered a multiversal displacement. His mind and body were dizzy for a moment. He's afraid some sort of multiversal abomination has noticed this move of his or has followed him, or that anyone at Marvel itself has noticed. He trusts the Gtacha's words. If the Gtacha says he can do something, there's no reason for Hector to doubt it. But he's going to do his own tests first, to be sure. And also, what about the consequences? This is something never considered in those novels and fanfics Hector read before he was transmigrated. Travel ticket said it would give you a month in another world. Okay, but now is there any kind of consequence for this act? Is it that simple to move between multiverses and remain inconspicuous? The world of Marvel is full of universal and multiversal level entities. Hector may well have caught the attention of some of these beings. Well, Hector also doesn't know anything about the essence itself. Who make it? Was it an omnipotent being, stronger than the one above all? Is the essence absolute? Did it naturally appear in the Omniverse? Did it choose him? It was luck? Can essence's powers really stand above the nigh-omnipotent beings of the Marvel Universe? Theoretically, yes. But Hector doesn't know that, and he never trusts anything to be 100%. After a few minutes and nothing happening, Hector seems to relax, only outwardly. He moves to a corner of the room for a laptop he had previously bought and starts checking out certain things. First, the clock shows the same numbers of a month ago. In other words, no time has really passed. Then he goes to the webcam and checks the last recorded minutes. Since before he used the travel ticket, he pointed the camera at himself and recorded what his transportation would be like. Watching the monitor, Hector frowns. From a third-person perspective, his body flickers for a second. His body becomes transparent until it disappears, and then he reappears in the same place. This confirms a few things. The first is that he really went body, mind, and soul into the world of BNHA. He didn't just send his mind like a VR simulation. The second is that it increases the chances that someone has noticed. So his earlier caution makes more sense. Does the Gtacha cloak him from people that can sense his multi-vessel movement? Keeping an impassive face, Hector speaks. I know you're there. But nothing responds. Why don't you come over so we can talk? Isn't it better than playing mind games? Hector continues talking to nothing in particular. Hector is bluffing. He doesn't feel anyone, even using various powers. But that doesn't make him relax. After all, if anyone can feel him moving between multiverses, that person must be way beyond Hector's perception. Sighing, Hector decided to let it go. Focusing on that now will be a waste of time. If someone really is there, would have already made his move. Hector POV caution is never too much. Especially in the world I live in now. Vacation is over. Time to be in high alert again all the time. Now I can no longer go around using my powers carelessly. Just thinking that I can't train openly anymore, and the delay it will now take to assimilate some characters. Walking around the house and taking off my UMF suit, I find myself thinking about the time I spent in the world of BNHA. I have a strange feeling in my chest, as if I've forgotten something. Something is bothering me. It can't be important. I throw myself on the bed with open arms to relax a little. The time is still early in the morning. I have the whole day ahead of me. But 30 minutes later I still can't even take a nap. I start reminiscing about everything I did during my 1-month stay and the cringy. Oh my god, did I really say those things? Damn, and the things I did. That speech, am I Naruto by any chance? All that month I stayed cool and collected. It's not very difficult, after all. Many characters I've assimilated are very calm and cold. Batman, Katakuri, Starkiller. They have good control over their emotions. At least outwardly. Don't let their feelings show. But now that I'm in the sanctuary that is my home, relaxed, I start to think about my attitudes. And damn, I curse my genius level. Intelligence that don't let me forget? I need telepath. The best power? I can suppress my memories? The dream of every teenager. Ugh. That speech like a villain showman. I know it was to buy time, but man, so cringe. But I don't know. It seemed cooler at the time. And in my head, I'm still a teenager, huh? Sigh I think as I try to poke a hole in my bed to hide. At least there were a lot of good things. I met a lot of interesting people like the holders of One for All, Ari and Kana. I feel my body reacting just remembering the night we had. Now I'm attached. And lonely. TCHOK, Hector. Stop thinking about the past I say sitting up quickly and slapping my face twice, some Japanese habit that he absorbed. In the future you try to go back. Being depressed now doesn't help you at all. But is it possible to go back? I open my unused card inventory and see the other anime travel ticket. Can I go back to the world I've already visited? Or will it be another version? Or can I choose? I can only choose the world after using the card, so I can't test it now. Or maybe I need another type of card. I really don't know everything that I can gain though the Gotcha. I don't plan on using a travel ticket anytime soon. I want to get used to all my earnings in the world of BNHA. And I also want to get some rest. Honestly, if it were me, I would use every travel ticket soon. It would be a good opportunity to train and stay ahead since I would be a newbie in the world of Marvel. But in this story, which has already spent 10 chapters away from the world of Marvel, time to focus in the main storyline. Hector won't be using the travel ticket anytime soon. I hope the reason is reasonable. I will use the travel ticket when I hit a bottleneck or became stagnated. There is no need to use now. Let's check my situation and plan for the future. I decide to open my Gtacha tabs. 2/4 Hector Bellucci de Carvalho race, metahuman character. Assimilation fully assimilated, Funny Valentine, Batman, Miles Morales, Yagami Light, Jason Progress, Charlotte Katakuri 92%, Starkiller 80%, Loki, 12% summoned characters, none powers, source of all living matter, Minecraft inventory, Miss Militia power shard, power manipulation various other stolen/copied powers, One for All, overhaul, rewind, new order, decay. Perks, custom visual powers, imbue card mechanic equipped items, none inventory, Minecraft, Chakra books, EDI biomech suit v2.0, Starkiller Sith armor, lightsaber X04, neutralizer gun, 13mm auto anti-freak combat pistol, jackal, Helsing, sword of actuation, berserk, hextech hammer. Others, I had predicted that the assimilation of Katakuri, Starkiller, and Miles would take about 3 months if I just stayed in Marvel, not being able to freely use my abilities. Going to the BNHA world, I intended to finish all 3 before coming back, as I could train and fight freely. But I didn't just train there. I studied, researched, stayed with Ari and Kana, learned about heroes and villains from my ghost teachers and also took the time to get used to the considerable number of quirks I acquired, not counting the time-hunting powers. So it's no surprise that I couldn't finish assimilating Katakuri and Starkiller. Well, no problem because my growth in other areas pays off. Seeing Loki's rapid assimilation just confirms that MCU, Loki is really weak. Too bad. But with it I gain a base to start using magic. Just as I've noticed that I can use haki beyond what Katakuri is capable of, nothing stops me from using magic beyond what Loki was capable of now that I have the potential. Plus I probably have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. And resistance to poisons, diseases and cold that this frost giant physiology should give me. Starkiller is really slowly progressing. This surprised me. As he is a baseline human without the Force, I thought he would be the fastest to assimilate. But it seems that the sheer amount of abilities takes a toll in the assimilation. And the fact that he was my first character with an overwhelming spiritual power, I think that he is laying the foundation for future assimilations to be smoother. Before him I must have had a very normal mind. Seeing the VS Battles wiki show that Starkiller is very fucking strong. Planetary level in truth. So the assimilation takes time. Hector Jacet don't know how much stronger is right now. I use VS Battles and Omniversal Battlefield to see the tier of the characters, BTW. And when Katakuri reached 91% I finally acquired the Machi Machi no Mi Awakening. Neat. Now that I probably have all of his abilities, all I need to do is acquire all of his stats. Physical strength, speed. My goal is to try to finish assimilating Katakuri, Starkiller, and Loki by the end of the month. I want to leave the slots free for whatever I win in the next gacha. I have time, it's still February 6th, gacha will be on March 1st. Let's see my unused cards. I don't think there are any more characters that I want to assimilate. 3/4 non-used cards. Characters: Shago, Kim Possible, Flurkin Huntress, Helena Bertinelli, DC Comics, Tokaido Muchiro, Kimetsu no Yaiba, Mayada Ichiro, Hajime no Ippo, Nagachika Hideyoshi, Tokyo Ghoul, Busujima Psycho, High School of the Dead, Isabella, Yakusako no Neverland, Gigantomachia, Boku no Hero Academia, Items: Batch of Heart-Shaped Herb, Zeta Flight Space Station, Earth 25271, Kaneki Mask, Tokyo Ghoul, Special Fire Force Field Uniform, Enin no Shaobutai, Duras Kitchen Knife, Toriko, Ika Ika Series, Naruto, Murasame, Akame ga Kill. Palantry, Lord of the Rings, M41A Pulse Rifle, Alien vs Predator, Powers and Abilities Made in Heaven Stand, JJBASO, Demon Blood Art, Infinity Castle, Kimetsu no Yaiba, Consumable Shonen Setting Travel Ticket, Mid-tier/1 month, Background. Customization Card X04 Movie Setting Travel Ticket, Weakness Removal Card X02 Really? No characters, I want the skills. I think these are all potential summons, and maybe I must finally do the first summon now. I am strong enough to control any of these that are summoned, in the event of rebellion. But I doubt it will happen anyway. By tomorrow my high school starts, so my time will be even more limited. At least until I graduate early and go to college. So it will be nice to have someone who can do things for me while I'm busy half the day seeing people I don't want to see and learning things I already know. But who first? Honestly, I see only 3 viable options. Shago, Helena, and Isabella. The others can't help me right now. I think I'll start with Isabella. Of the 3 she is the weakest, and with the most submissive personality. It will be a good test. Wait, I can test it by summoning Flurkin first. Let's see how this Essence Imbue loyalty works. I take the Flurkin card and use it to summon. For some reason, this Flurkin card is the only one with no option to assimilate. I have some theories. Like him not being humanoid or not being sapient. But I'll need more examples to test these theories. After trying to summon this alien cat, a prompt appears asking me, do you want to use a background customization card? 04. No. What use? Pedigree? As a result, the card scatters into particles of light that reshape into the shape of an ordinary cat. Meowth, a gray fluffy cat, with stripes, appear in my room. He looks at me curiously. I watch him too. Do you speak? Or understand me? I start. Meowth. So he is not a cartoonish pet. I feel like I can understand him a little bit. Do I have a mental link with summons? Or just pets? Come here, I say, extending my hand. He comes over and starts rubbing himself against my outstretched hand. I can't resist and start to caress his soft fur. He climbs onto my lap. Can you do a 360 backflip? I ask jokingly. He looks at me with the face that says, do you seriously want me to do this? Okay. You seem lazy and narcissistic like any cat, but you seem to obey me. I say and take a gold bar from my inventory. Show me your powers. Eat this. I say, throwing the bar up high. He looks at the bar for a moment before opening his mouth. His mouth extends far enough to almost take in his entire face. Tentacles much larger than what could naturally fit this little cat reach out and capture the gold bar. In the next instant, the bar is already in his stomach, and he acts as if nothing has happened, licking his snout. Wow, I say, that's cool as hell. He looks proud of himself. Can you spit it back? I ask. He looks at me for a moment, seems hesitant to part with his snack, but doesn't look like he's going to disobey. I just raise an eyebrow at him and he promptly obeys. It immediately regurgitates the gold bar onto my bedroom floor, along with saliva and damaging my carpet. Good boy. I will give you more delicious things later. I say, rewarding him with a scratch behind his ears. Looks like he's obedient, but it retains its own individuality. Pet name, race Flurkin bond relationship. 1/10 according to Gtacha, when the relationship reaches 10, the summons will love me unconditionally, will follow any order even if it goes against their morals and ideal, and would even die for me without hesitation. For now he follows my orders, and he will certainly not betray me. Those are the only guarantees. Reebnovel.com. Can you eat again? Slower, I say. He obeys, and I watch more carefully. Those tentacles look strong. Spit it out. He obeys again. Nice one. I reward him with more affection. And I see the bond relationship increasing to 2. That's easy. Now what name to give you? I speak while lifting him Lion King style. I don't see genitals, so I think it's female. Or are Flurkin asexual? I never had a cat. I remember seeing once on the Marvel wiki that they only eat until they have enough energy to lay hundreds of eggs. Ugh. I shudder with the thought. Should I search an intergalactic vet to neuter you? I ask. Meowth. He doesn't seem to like it. But he doesn't attack me or anything. I teased him to see if he could damage me, like Nick Fury in the MCU. Test his loyalty. But even though he obviously doesn't like the conversation, he just stays still. It seems to be true that summons can't do anything to my detriment. Well, back to the name. Since you seem to be asexual, any kind of name will be fine. Simba? Tama? Lovecraft? No, bad idea. Lovecraft had a cat, and his cat's name wasn't so cool. Who knows? But since you're such a cute eldritch abomination, I think I'll stick with the theme. Ha ha ha, your name will be Catthulhu? Ha ha, no one can convince me otherwise. I loved this name. Meowth. Wait. I have Anivoice. Ugh, Anivoice is a quirk that allows the user to communicate with and command animals through speech. Are you kind of just obeying me because of this quirk? Or the fact that I'm understand you slightly is because of Anivoice? The understanding part is the passive part of the quirk. But I didn't use the quirk to give commands. So I think his is really loyal. And can Anivoice work on animal aliens? Or maybe because he is similar enough to an earth animal. TCH. The test was for nothing. I can't be sure of anything with Jacet 1 summon. I will just summon one of the others right now. Well, Catthulhu, I need to buy you some things. A collar, sandbox, toys, food. But let's summon a companion now. So give me a help with the Godfather play, okay? I say, picking Catthulhu, and going downstairs, to the living room. Putting my new pet on my lap, I sit in a comfortable chair. Honestly, if Isabella doesn't seem loyal, I'll just send her away. She's not that precious. Better than forcing something. I'll use my powers to read her, and find out if she's trustworthy. I have several powers that can help me on this. I had a rule not to abuse powers like that, lest I become lazy and complacent. But the situation demands it. I can be flexible. Time to the truth. Summon. Third-person POV. Xavier Institute, Cerebro Room. Professor Charles Xavier. To the world, he is a renowned researcher with a focus on the fields of biology and sociology. His most acclaimed work is his research into the mutations that happen in the human that generates their powers. The X gene, as the professor called it, is the factor in the genetic code that gives the potential for human beings to develop their innate mutant abilities. But for anyone who knows the super secret side of the world, will know that the professor himself is a telepath mutant. In his youth he traveled the world. And when he discovered that there were many like him, he decided to invest his family's wealth and property to found Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. To be able to help young people that is just like him to control their gifts, and pave the way for coexistence between humans and mutants. At the moment, Charles Xavier is in a secret room at the Institute. The Cerebro Room. The Cerebro is a device that the professor created with the help of Henry Hank McCoy, and later has been improved with the help of his student Jean Grey, creating the second version. This Sunday morning the teacher is operating on the Cerebro as usual. He always takes a few hours out of the day, usually at the beginning and end of the day, to be on the lookout in case a mutant emerges that needs the help from the X-Men. But out of nowhere, lights start flaring, smoking starts rising, the system overload, and the professor who was wearing the helmet starts to feel excruciating pain in his head. As quickly as it happened, that event is over, leaving Cerebro inoperable and a panting professor lying on the floor. Some minutes later, BAMF professor. Oh my god. Are you alright? A group appears along with a small burst of smoke. The group consists of 4 people: Hank McCoy the Beast, Kurt the Nightcrawler, Jean Grey the Marvel Girl and Scott Summers the Cyclops. When Cerebro had a problem, it alerted Hank McCoy that was in his lab and he immediately called Kurt and asked to bring Jean in case the professor received any mental backslash. Scott is just a tag-along. Professor, what happened? Are you okay? Jean asks as she helps Hank McCoy examine the professor. Jean is a teenager telepath and empathic mutant. She is a redhead with green eyes and appears to be under 18 years old. She is one of the founding members of the X-Men. At the moment the group has less than 2 years of field activity, in which they help to rescue mutants and fight against anti-mutant groups, and the Brotherhood. I'm okay. It's the Cerebro. It registered a large mutant power source. It overloaded. The professor speaks as he is helped to his wheelchair. The Cerebro, like a hearing aid, helps you telepaths feel the brainwaves of mutants. The downside is that if you get too much information, you get sensory overload. I'll try to do something to prevent it from passing too much information at once, in case the readings are off charts. The Beast, Hank McCoy, mutters lost in thought as he reads the teacher's vital signs with a device in his hand. As Dr. McCoy said, Cerebro works by reading a specific type of brain wave that people with innate powers release, especially when they use their powers. Hector studied this theory in the world of BNHA. Tartaru's prison is full of devices that constantly read the brain activity of inmates. If the part of the brain responsible for activating the quirk changes, all type of devices, weapons, restrictions will emerge to contain the prisoner. Knowing the theory of how Cerebro works, Hector obviously took precautions to prevent detection. He already has a natural and robust mental defense, and one thing is that he never procrastinated on is his daily meditation to further strengthen his mind. The problem was the multidimensional movement that Hector suffered upon returning. His readaptation to the laws of physics and to the Marvel world in general made him dizzy for a second. Obviously, he was slightly vulnerable at that time, so he was using powers to defend himself and detect any danger. During that 1 second of time when he was using multiple powers and was slightly messed up with his mental faculties, the professor was using Cerebro, and he caught Hector's existence before Hector stabilized. But the Cerebro couldn't pinpoint Hector's location, only that he is in America. The Cerebro is broken now, but even if it were to be used again, it would be impossible to locate Hector, who has already raised his mental defenses. So you mean a powerful mutant has emerged? Scott asks. The leader of the X-Men, when he's not following the instructions of adults like Logan, Storm, and Hank. Scott is an alpha-level mutant that can shoot concussive blast though his eyes. He can't control it. Because of this he uses glasses made of a ruby quartz material. Yes. From the reading it's definitely an Omega level. In fact, it was the highest reading recorded by Cerebro. The professor speaks. Leaving one detail aside, the sensation that the reading leaving on him is somewhat similar to the reading another mutant's mind. His son, David Haller, the Legion, is an Omega-level mutant who is currently imprisoned in a secret psychiatric hospital, which Xavier funds for the protection of David and the world. The reason the reading is familiar is that Legion can create spontaneous powers, with a downside of creating a different personality as well, and he is a mutant with the greatest amount of powers that Charles Xavier had ever felt. Till now. This creates an uneasy feeling in Charles Xavier. A mutant with that much power usually lacks the control to wield it. Storm still changes the weather from time to time with her strong emotions. Jean has little control over her telepathy, and he doesn't even want to talk about Wanda or his own son. The example of the best control of Omega Leave that Xavier knows is Magneto, but he's spent decades perfecting his powers. Charles Xavier swears to himself to find and help this mutant before he harms others, or even himself. An interesting fact is that Hector had already foreseen the possibility of being associated with Legion. In fact, one of the main reasons he took All for One was the possibility of giving people the idea that his power is copying/stealing powers. Anything to disguise the Gtacha. His biggest secret. If he showed up with a new skill every month, people would be suspicious. No one would have a power set as vast as he did. He doesn't mind people knowing he can take the powers of others. That wouldn't reveal the specific powers he has anyway. How are you going to guard against someone who may have thousands of abilities? It would even be good to pass on the false image of invincibility and mystery that he intends to have in the future. But the Gtacha. No way he wants someone to know about it. Power copying would be an excellent cover. And also he doesn't intend to show all his powers. Giving false information will be an advantage to him. As Xavier spoke with the group of 4, Kitty pried the Shadowcut phases through the roof, bringing Logan, Storm, Robert, Bobby Drake the Iceman, Jubilee, and Rogue, holding her covered sleeve. So we have a new student, Chuck. Logan, the Wolverine, asks nonchalantly after seeing that. The professor appears to be in no critical condition. The professor sighs and shakes his head. I'm afraid it's not that simple. I couldn't find out his or her exact location. Just that it's on the east coast of America. And Cerebro is not functional right now. Kitty Pryde opened her mouth at this point as well. So, maybe he got his powers naturally, you know. No life-crushing trauma. That is a good thing, she says while fiddling with her smartphone, browsing news and social media sites, searching for any big event Todd can reel with a mutant activity. We can go looking using the Blackbird. Scott speaks. Would be a goose chase. We don't even know where to start, Logan retorts. Let's wait. If he's that powerful, maybe he can't stay hidden for long. Storm adds. And if it takes too long, we can use Cerebro again, Jean Grey talks. How long do you think it will take to fix it, Dr. McCoy? At least a week. But if it's to put the improvements I'm thinking about, much more. It will be useless to reuse Cerebro without improvement. He would just go in overload again. The furry doctor says. Yes. There is no need to be overeager now. In time we'll bring this new mutant to teach him about himself and to him to know that he is OT alone. Charles Xavier speaks. With that he dismisses everyone, making them go back to what they were doing previously. What he doesn't know is that this new mutant will find them first. Asgard, in a gold-covered hall, 2 figures in green stroll carelessly through the treasury of Odin's palace. If someone look at where they came from, they could see several Ihenjar guards standing around, looking completely normal, only with their eyes glowing from time to time with green lights. The guards have already fallen under the illusion and magic charm of the 2 individuals, Loki and Amora. So, what type of toys are we taking? Amora asks Loki as she walks a little behind, letting Loki be the first to face anything ahead. Breaking into Odin's vault wouldn't be one of the first things she'd want to try in her entire life. This little trip of them has everything to go wrong. Just some items to smooth our future endeavors. Loki responds with a smile. Tell me again how you think this plan of yours is going to work. You were never the more successful of the brothers, Amora drawls, as she twirls a lock of hair around her index finger. The corner of Loki's mouth twitches. It will work. Thor is not at his peak right now. You can control him and turn him into whatever you want, and I will have Midgard. And eventually the 9 realms. And you think Odin will just sit around and let you do what you want? Amora asks. Keek. Odin won't be able to interfere until it's too late. And even when he tries, I will have my means to deal with the Allfather. Loki responds. I see. Amora just says. Loki doesn't look like he'll reveal anything more. She doesn't care as long as she can have Thor. Loki appears to have a backing, that will provide him with an army. But she doesn't know much about it. With Thor in hand, as it should have always been, Loki will be no problem. She has her own ways too, which she didn't reveal to Loki. This partnership won't last long. Now it's just a matter of waiting for whoever gets what they want first, to betray the other right away. The 2 continue walking, until they find themselves in front of a pedestal with an artifact the size of a football ball in the shape of an eye. The Warlock's Eye. Amora says, mesmerized. Yes. With this you can have Thor forever. Loki says flamboyantly, signaling to the artifact. The Warlock's Eye is a mystical weapon with the ability to cast powerful mind-controlling enchantments that very few can resist. If Amora uses this artifact to strengthen her natural charm magic, you really did your part. With that, Thor not only won't interfere with your plans, he'll even help. Now you just need to guide me to where Thor is hiding in Midgard, Amora says with a smile. All in due time, my lady. Now let's get out quickly, get the artifact. Loki says while conjuring a portal to escape. Amora doesn't hesitate to get Warlock's Eye after making sure it doesn't have any traps. And then she walks through the portal quickly, as if afraid something might go wrong. Watching Amora pass through the portal, Loki squints his eyes and then turns to another pedestal. For a certain item that under normal circumstances would be useless and even dangerous for any Asgardian. Before entering the portal and following Amora, Loki takes it and stores this item in a magical space. His true objective from the beginning. The Casket of Ancient Winters. Hello, guys and gals. Chapter to remind you all of the powers of the MC and a bit of world building. Creating the foundation of the next adventures. I was thinking, sometimes you can't help but make a chapter a little weak. You have to create a base for the climax. You know, like in One Piece, Fishman Island, and Punk's Hazard. Yikes. But it served as the foundation that is now paying off in Wano. I was very happy for the praise that the end of BNHA Arcade. I'm glad that works. I found that my writing style is quite slow. I like to develop the characters and the world a lot. And I also like slice of life. So the pacing of story is very turtle-like. Sorry, Sue. Next chapters won't have much action. But relax, in this story, the first 13 were the origin of MC Bnha arc was a development. The prologue is finally over. Guuz. Let's go. BTW, I made some auxiliary chapters to help remember everything the MC has. Check it out. Also explain to Essence. Bye people. Stay safe. Till next time. A.N. I just see that we reached 1 million views. Damn. Here. This copter is a gift to you all and a chalegner to myself. It's also an idea of how to present summons, as I will try to develop them very well. Check it out. And leave comments. Tsutsumi Kana, Lady Nagant, POV. Do you have any experience in babysitting? Wadash. What is this man talking about? Just follow me. The hooded man says you too. Stain. After that he opens a portal, with a mist that comes out from under his cloak. After a little hesitation, Stain and I entered the portal. After all, it's either that or we're captured again. And I won't deny that this man has caught my interest. Next day this cute girl here is Eri. Hector, because he introduced himself with his real name to me, and Stain talks while introducing a little girl with light gray hair, red eyes, and a little horn on the right side of her forehead. Hector has already removed his costume, and I was surprised to see how young he is. He is a minor. What happened to Japan while I was in prison? I want you to take care of her when I'm gone. Being a woman, it will be less embarrassing, I think. Hector says, watching the little girl trying to hide behind Hector's legs, and eyeing me warily. I can't help but think of my blood-stained hands. And since of that day that I starting doubting if what I was doing is wrong. See, Eri? She's as scared of you as you are of her. Hector's speech abruptly jolts me out of my thoughts. What kind of expression I must be showing? I bring my hand to my face and turn around. But I feel something tugging my pants. When I look, I see that little girl Eri. She's shaking a little, still scared of me, I realize, but that doesn't stop her from showing concern for me. Hey, are you alright? She asks. I'm sure I'm showing a surprised expression right now, looking quickly at this Hector guy. I only see him smiling slightly in my direction. The knowing-it-all smile is annoying. I am okay, just remembering something. I reply, trying to force a smile to calm her down. She just nods sheepishly at me. You don't have to take the pencil off the paper in hiragana. Hi, Eri. Just make the turns with the right spaces. I explain to Eri. When she nods in understanding, I run a hand through her hair. A few days have passed, and I'm now more comfortable with Eri. She's even calling me aunt. I found out about Eri's story, and I know now that she suffered a lot. This society of heroes is too cruel for the unimportant. How much a little girl's life is worth when you put Japan's status quo in the balance, right, director? I grit my teeth a little, remembering my old boss whom I killed. This thoughts always brings out the worst in me. I change my thoughts by watching Eri write. Hector left on some mission, looks like he's going to take some time. He said he went to Europe. Even though he went out to fight, he never once mentioned using my skills as an assassin. I'm kind of grateful for that. I enjoy spending time with Eri. Hector talked to me about his plans for the future, and I can only say I'm shocked. Korik Singularity Doomsday, ending all for one activities, exposing fake heroes, and all the dirt of the Hero Commission. I can't say I'm not moved. That is why I want in. I say. Huh. Hector turns around confused. I want to help in some way. I say, in the future you will need reliable subordinates, right? You won't have to worry about me betraying on you. After all, I can't go back to the Hero Commission. It's a little more complicated than that? He says, scratching his cheek. Honestly, there's no reason for you to go back to this line of business, Tsutsumi-san. When I'm done, you'll be able to live peacefully. After that he tells me a little about other people, to whom he intends to entrust the future. For the heroes who will keep fighting even against the odds. Heroes in the making too. They just need to pass this last test, which is a society at the lowliest possible point. You've sacrificed enough, Tsutsumi-san. He says, placing a hand over my head. You can rest now. He walks past me and starts walking away, leaving me rooted in place. But he starts still walking away. If you want to help me, how about training with me a little? I have some tests to run, and I think you are the ideal partner. Paf, ugh, I failed again. You need to feel something like a whoosh, and then Azing Hector tries to explain to me as he holds up a giant paper fan. He said he wanted to test if it was possible to teach one of his skills to me. Apparently this skill uses willpower, so theoretically anyone can use it. And since I have great eyesight, he said that maybe I have a talent for it. It's been days since the training started. Is it impossible? It's not like it's an innate ability, or if is needed chakra or ki. I hear him muttering. Sorry. I don't know if I'm a good teacher. I can use it naturally. Can't you just give me that ability? I ask after having failed many times. Like I said, haki is not a quirk. It's more of a fighting style. And honestly, don't feel bad for not being able to learn. Maybe it's impossible from the beginning. And even if it wasn't, apparently it takes a few years to perfect. I'm testing it, because if you show even a shred of it, I'll know it's possible to teach. So thanks for helping me with this. Ugh. I don't want to fail this. Oh, maybe I should cheat, Hector says suddenly as he slams a clenched fist into the palm of his other hand. Trust me, okay, he says, approaching me and sitting down in front of me. We're both cross-legged. He holds both my hands in his, and he starts to lean his face closer to mine. Wait. I'm not ready. Out of nowhere? Even with my mind in turmoil, I try to keep an impassive face. I have a power of lesser telepathy. I can pass on some of my memories and sensations to you. Work better with contact. Let's cheat in learning haki. Hehe. He says and touches his forehead to mine. Close your eyes and relax. Don't resist. He can only be doing this on purpose. Clearing my mind of these thoughts, I close my eyes and wait. When his forehead touches mine, the stream of information starts going rampage in my mind. Arg. I fall back. Sorry. I passed like your brain was worked similar to mine. TSC rookie mistake. He approaches and kisses my forehead. Huh? What is his doing? Feeling better now? Recovery girl quirk. Sorry, Tsutsumi-san. He spoke with a face full of regrets. I really have to be more responsible with my powers. Is hard to hold back. He says and then keeps muttering something. As for why a Superman guy always starts losing in the fights, he keeps holding back to gauge how much force he can use to keep from destroying his opponents. No problem. I know you didn't do it on purpose. Let's continue, I say. Do you still want to try? Obviously. I answer and he keeps looking at me. After a while he laughs. Haha. You are really tough, huh? Come on then. I'll be more careful. After that we tried again. It works. I slowly begin to understand what he is giving me. And it's not just information. There are sensations and emotions too. I find myself in a room that has a training space. Punching, kicking, meditating, dodging. Seeing so many things. I am not in control of my body. Is different. My body is stronger, faster. After a kaleidoscope of scenes pass like this, I take a look at myself and see that I am Hector. It's like I'm living what he already lived. His training, his discoveries. About haki. After an unknown period of time I come to myself. Hector pulls away, letting me process everything I'm feeling right now. After a while in a trance. Whoosh, before I can think, I move my head to the side a little. Hector's paper fan brushes past the side of my head. After that, he attacks a few more times. I couldn't dodge all of them, but it's possible to see that it has been improvement. Really, it worked. You are at a very beginner level. But now I know it's possible. Haha, Hector says. How it feels. Good. This familiarity with this power is strange. But I can finally feel what you were talking about. I answer. Can you make armament? Raising my hand I try to reinforce it with haki. But there is no progress. I feel like you're heading in the right direction. But it seems to be harder for you to use armament. As I imagined, your talent lies more with observation haki. Hector says, but now you have the base, you can train by yourself. Let's go back. Already? I ask quickly before I can stop myself. I feel like I don't want this time between us to end so quickly. It's almost night. You spent hours in a trance, he says, shocking me. Looking at the sky, I see that it is already getting dark. Let's go back. Eri is waiting for us. That line of his strangely brings a smile to my face. Just a few more days. That's how long Hector has in this world. In a few more days he will return from wherever he came from and disappear from this world. And from my life too. Hey, I give a self-deprecating laugh. What are you expecting, Lady Nagant? Some sort of happy ending? You, Hector and Eri? Are you forgetting everything that you've done? You don't deserve happiness. When Hector told me about the Omniverse, and the fact that fiction in this world can be reality in another world and vice versa, he thought I was shocked because I'm just a character in someone's story. But I didn't care about that. I already know I'm not important. What left me silent was the fact that his time here is limited from the start. That's what I care about now. I like him. TCH, rolling in my bed, I hug my pillow. Sigh, what right do I have to like anyone anyway? I'm in front of Hector's room. I know he's awake. In fact, I never saw him sleep. Sigh. I turn around. I couldn't do this. I'm such a coward. Tomorrow is the big day. I don't have another chance. Hector has already arranged everything for me to get amnesty. Then it won't be difficult for me to have custody of Eri, even if her grandfather wakes up. He's already given me several quirks, and my hacky training has progressed quite a bit. He also left other plans in case things go wrong after he leaves. I finally arrive in front of his room. I take a deep breath and knock on the door. Come in. I hear him speaking and I enter after taking another deep breath to calm myself down. How is Eri? He asks. Asleep. She's getting better, I think. Tomorrow she's going to cry again. So be prepared. I answer, my thoughts still in turmoil. Ugh. Impossible to be prepared for this. He say. True. So, tomorrow is the big day. You're really going forever. I start some small talk. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's a way I can come back. I don't know if I use my opportunity to come here again. I'll come back exactly to this world. Or go to another version from this world. He says, this gives me hope. But I can't trust maybes and ifs. Why? Will you miss me? I thought I left enough pictures of me. You can frame them all. Yes. I'll miss you, Hector. I answer truthfully without thinking too much. He looks taken back. Ugh. What to do? What to say? Throw myself to him? He will think that I'm easy? Damn. I should planned better. Maybe create a mood. Brought wine? Wait. He is a minor. Kana your cougar. At least he is mature enough. You know, Hector. I begin already. Before my thoughts start wandering too much. Yes, I'm Hector, Hector D. So, he responds quickly. In hindsight, I feel like I got carried away by the decision of others all my life. And I regretted it a lot. I don't want to have any more regrets. This will be my last opportunity. I going in his direction. His eyes starts to widen. I think he knows where this is going. Wait. No. He's gonna reject me. Are you sure? He asks in a calm tone. I don't want you to feel like you need to repay me for anything or something. Gulp. Yes. I'm not doing this to repay you. I'm doing this because I want. I decide to be honest. No tricks, nothing. Only me being honest with my intentions. I'm minor. And I'm a villain. Why should I care? It's my first time. Wow. I thought that he already. So I must be the one to guide him? It will be mine too. I answer truthfully. I think guys like this, right? Sigh, if you're okay with me. You know that after today we may never see each other again. It can create a feeling that will never bear fruit, Kana-san. Too late. I just don't want to have regrets anymore. I know. I don't need this to blossom into a relationship. While in prison I thought about all the things that were denied me. My youth is one of them. I never had the opportunity to go out or date people because I trained from an early age with the commission to become a hero. So I want to do it now. With a person I respect, admire, like and trust. I open myself to him. I like you too, Kana, he say, moving closer. My heart skipped a bit. Let's make a good memory then, for the rest of our lives. He says, getting closer and closer. Should I say something? I can only squeeze a yes before giving myself to the man I love. First lemon ever. Let's see how it goes. Third person POV. Hector kisses Kena slowly, bringing her close with one hand on her waist and the other behind her head. This is Hector's first time, but he, like every teenager, has a great theoretical knowledge on the subject. And his body seems to be doing just fine, considering the moans that Kena holds when Hector's hands go through her body. Hector separates from Kena's lips. She looks confused. She was lost in the moment, her flushed face, and her hands in Hector's face. Hector wastes no time picking her up in a princess carry and heading to the bed. Kaya. The abrupt movement surprises Kena, but when she sees where Hector is taking her, she falls silent. She wraps her arms around Hector's neck and tries to hide her face in his chest. She doesn't act like the eldest. In this situation, Hector notes. Then he will be the one taking the initiative. Hector puts Kena into the bed and doesn't spend a second resuming their lip lock. After a few intense minutes, Hector decides to take the next step. He pulls away and starts undressing Kena. She allows it, but her face turns redder, going all the way to her ears. Hector finally reveals Kena's breasts, which are more than at an acceptable size. Two pink orals rest on the top of her twin peaks. Her heavy breathing only made them all the more attractive. Beautiful, Hector says. Kena looks away in embarrassment, making Hector smile. I'm starting to like seeing those expressions of yours, Kena. You were always a cutie. Ho. Hector says before placing a hand on Kena's face, causing her face to turn towards him, to capture her lips again. Before she can formulate an answer, the fingers of one of Hector's hands go to a nipple, and he starts playing with it, testing to see Kena's reactions. For a moment Hector thinks about using one of the many quirks he has. Vibrations, spinning, little shocks. But he gives up on the idea. He wants to enjoy this night as natural as possible. Like any teenager, Hector sought out some quirks with a more sexual theme. But he won't go for taut root now, just a contraceptive quirk, which he intends to use. After a while Hector removes his lips from Kena's soft mouth, but not from her body. He starts kissing her chin, her cheek, her ear, taking a playful nibble on it. Then it goes to her neck, collarbone, and shoulders. And it goes down slowly. Kena's heartbeat accelerated the closer he got to the prize. Kena's hands rested on Hector's hair and shoulders. Finally he reaches her breasts and gives a test lick, while maintaining eye contact, to see Kena's reaction. She trembles a little, from the contact with the sensitive part. After that Hector decides to fulfill all the fantasies he had until now. He squeezes one of her breasts, molding it in his hand, lightly pinching the nipple and at the same time using his tongue to pleasure the other pink nipple. Always paying attention to Kena's reaction, he tries to give her as much pleasure as possible. She seems to be enjoying it, squeezing his head lightly. But Hector decides to go to the next level. Reluctantly letting go of Kena's breasts he begins to descend. Kena, sensing his movements and knowing his ultimate goal, still clutches Hector's hair, as if she wants to stop his advances. But Hector notes that her reluctance and resistance is quite weak. It keeps going down and down, kissing every inch of her toned abs in a straight line until he reached her belly button. So he hooks his fingers into her waistband, and starts to remove her pants. Keeping eye contact, he saw Kena breathing heavily and unblinking looking at him. He slowly removes her pajama pants, and with each millimeter of exposed skin he kisses her again. Hector finally sees a fine line with Kena's hair colors. Dark blue and pink. Hector had always thought he liked women smooth down there. But he's finding it pretty sexy now, especially with these different colors. And Kena looks even more sexy, putting a hand over her mouth. Hector finally arrives at the final prize. Kinda tight pink slit. After one last look at Kena's face, he gave her a long lick. From bottom to top. Kena moans. Seeing that his efforts are paying off, Hector decides to be more creative. He abuses of his long tongue and mouth, trying to get more and more moans and expressions out of Kena. He also focuses on the small clitoris, because that's where Kena shows the most violent reactions. Jipping his hair so tight. Squeezing his head with her thighs. After a few minutes, realizing that Kena is already wet enough, and had many mini orgasms already, Hector removes his head from between Kena's legs, with one last kiss in her pussy. Kena is panting, flushed, and a thin line of perspiration covering her body. Her breasts rising and falling, glistening in the light with sweat. Hector gets harder than he already was. Kena. he says, getting her attention. You really are beautiful. Then he starts to remove his shirt, under Kana's watchful gaze. Kana looks intently at Hector's torso. His abs appear to please her very much, if her biting her lips is any indication. After that, maintaining eye contact, Hector removes his pants, revealing his throbbing erection. Big, Kana says, widening her eyes. Ha, classic, Hector thinks with a smile. But it really is. Hector was previously 7 inches when he was just a skinny nerd. Now that his body has grown, his penis has also grown a little in proportion. Hector at this point is already 6 feet tall, and he knows he's going to grow even bigger. He predicts he will have a minimum height of 6'6", 1.98 m. His cock is currently 8 inches, almost 9 inches, 22 centimeters. I will be gentle, Hector says, lining up his cock with Kana entrance. Take me. Hector starts rubbing his cock head on Kana pussy, moistening his dick with her juices, probing her entrance. He leans forward to capture Kana lips against. She reciprocates. He begins to penetrate, while trying to distract her with the kiss. She groans a little in discomfort. Tears appear in the corner of her eyes. But Hector doesn't stop. Slowly but surely he puts his penis till half is buried in her pussy. Are you okay? He asks, separating his mouth from hers. Yes, continue, please. He continues until 3/5 of his cock disappear inside Kana's pussy. It doesn't have blood, but Hector knows she didn't lie about this being her first time. The quirk lie detector would have warned him. She is also incredibly tight. Her toned muscles squeezes his cock unconsciously. Hector waits patiently. Kana realizes he's been waiting for her confirmation. She nods, and Hector starts to move. Slowly at first, probing, never going too far, but over time his thirsts start to increase in speed and strength. Kana pulls him close, hiding her face in the crook of his neck, scratching his back, griping his hair, trying to hold the moans, but ultimately failing. Ah. Hector pulls back a little to see Kana's expressions and the mesmerizing movement of her breasts bouncing with each thrust. Don't stare too much, oh. Kana says, trying to hide her face with her forearm. Everything is just too much to the two. After a few minutes, Kana, I'm close, is safe. I have a quirk to it, Hector says, speeding up his movements. Inside do it. Her legs wrap around Hector's waist and he comes, painting her insides white, activating his contraceptive quirk. The two come together, toes curling. They stand still for a while, basking in the afterglow. Kana-san. Hector catches Kana's attention. When she looks at him, she sees that his cock is still erect. The question is clear. She opens her arms, inviting. Come. Both have plenty of stamina for the entire night. Oh, Hector, Kana moans while being held by Hector. They're in a standing position. Hector holding her by her buttocks while making her bounce in his cock. Kana is in cloud 9. Her warm tunnels clench Hector's huge cock. She is more accustomed now and she can take much more. She cling in Hector's neck and give him kisses all over his face. When she is hit in a more sensitive spot she almost screams, but hold back, biting on Hector's shoulder. The duo comes again. They've switched positions several times, uncovering each other's bodies, having multiple orgasms. They don't need to hold on because of the great endurance and stamina of the two. They work together to achieve their peak more and more frequently. After a silenced scream and some time gasping for breath, Kana says, lay down, ha. I want to be the one moving now. There is no reason for Hector to disobey. Still keeping himself buried deep inside Kana, Hector lies down, and he resolves to just admire her moving. Now, alluring and mesmerizing are words that match the scene very well. Kana toned body moving up and down, her toned abs flexing, her hips gyrating, her breast bouncing non-stop, and her face furrowed in concentration, showing that she is giving her all to please Hector. She keeps one hand in Hector's chest while impaling herself with his cock. Hector can't just sit still. He took a hand to her waist, making soothing circles with his thumbs, the other hand going to a breast, and playing with a pink nipple in the same way, making Kana moan and look at his face. She seems to become embarrassed being stared so much. Hector only smirks. With a snort, she quickly turns around. Without removing the dick that enlarges her pussy, she turns 180 so that now only her back is facing Hector. And she continues to move. Hector just thinks it's cute. But in the next instant he starts to focus on something much more interesting. Seeing the relentless assault of her rear on his body, her cheeks smacking against his waist, making ripples, very enticing. Hector can't resist and starts massaging her derriere. Kana don't have super huge breasts. They are considerable, filling Hector's hand. But not huge, like some others. But her ass, her slender waist and heart-shaped butt prove to be excellent when viewed more carefully now. Hector can't resist. Kaya using his superior strength, Hector bends Kana forward and stands up. Kana, all my life I thought I preferred breasts. But now you've awakened something in me, Hector says as he runs his hands over Kana's supple backside. She looks at him over her shoulder. I think I can finally accept my Brazilian heritage, he says, spreading her butt cheeks and lining up again with her pussy entrance. Dummy, is the only thing that comes out of her mouth. But she secretly likes to have her body appreciated by Hector. Take responsibility, Hector whispers in Kana's ear after leaning forward, sending a shiver through her body. When he straightens up again, he's already penetrating her entrance in again. Her pussy walls, already in the shape of his cock, accommodate him as if it was made for him. Hun so deep, ng. Hector, harder, ahn make me yours. Kana moan while being railed from behind. Kana looks back to see the movement of Hector's muscles as he does a good job with her body. Hector pulls her close, making her back touch his broad chest. Pulling her face close, he kisses her while not stopping his movements. Their mouths parted, the two of them keeping their faces close, feeling each other's breaths, and looking deep in each other's eyes. At that moment Kana has to bite her lip, not to let escape a "I love you but it wouldn't be fair, it wouldn't be right at this point." Then she just resumes. Another kiss. The two stay that way for a long time, they comes together multiple times. They change positions too. During these many orgasms Hector makes the big mistake. His contraceptive quirk prevents the formation of the axial filament of his sperm, that is, it prevents his seeds from having the tails so that they can reach the female egg. Every time he activates the quirk, his next ejaculation will be affected, as an effective contraceptive method. But what if he comes multiple times in a short space of time? Having done only one quirk activation, the second wave will be completely normal. He made that little mistake a few times during the night, and that little mistake will have big consequences. After hours of getting lost in each other's bodies, Hector and Kana are now in a bathtub. Kana is mounted on Hector, while the two are making out heatedly and slowly, only basking in each other's presence and body, their hands exploring each other's body, like to remember them forever. Kana fingers tracing Hector's face, caressing every centimeter. Hector carries Kana back to the room. They are clean and refreshed, ready for more. But abruptly Hector leaves Kana in bed, confusing her, and putting on his pants quickly. A second later, knock knock. Hector Unai-chan. Eri talks from behind the door. Kana covers the body with the sheet, while Hector opens the door. What is it, Eri? He asks. I can't sleep. And I haven't found Aunt Kana. Eri speaks. It's just that Kana came to see me so I can heal some old scars, Hector says. Meanwhile Kana starts getting dressed. Getting dressed quickly, she opens the door wider and speaks to Eri. I'm here, Eri. Come on. I'll take you to my room, she says, hugging the little girl. Unai-chan can't sleep with us, Eri asks innocently. Sure, let's go. In Kana's room, the three of them lie down, with Eri in the middle, almost falling asleep. Secretly Hector has a resting hand on Kana's ass, and he's being pinched by her, but he acts like he doesn't notice. Well, good night, you two, Hector says, giving Eri a kiss on the forehead and then Kana's forehead. And after hesitating a bit, he gave another peck in her lips, without Eri noticing. Kana can only think how nice it would be if this moment lasted forever. Unfortunately, it's just wishful thinking, that can't become reality. In the next morning, before starting preparations for Hector's farewell, Eri went for breakfast, and Hector is heading back to his room after spending some time in the lab copying all future instructions to Principal Nizu. Opening the door he comes across Kana. I thought you would be with Eri, he says. She's brushing her teeth, she says. And then she turns around and, bending over the bed, lifting her skirt to her hips and spreading her legs. We have time for goodbye, she says, using her fingers to spread her buttocks, maintaining an impassive face, like she is talking about HTE weather. but her cheeks are red. Hector just smiles and approaches. Bonus of the bonus. Months after Hector left. After one of the meetings of those who know the truth of Dis/Eidolon, Kana, the current hero Lady Eidolon approaches a remote region of Japan. Hector hasn't revealed all for One's hideouts, he has some as a contingency for Kana. And she's going to the most important of those. After getting the news that she is pregnant. Initially she was shocked, but now she is happy. She will forever have a part of Hector with her. Kana approaches quickly and stealthily into a secret cave. Kana, at the moment, has an absurd number of quirks, more than 20. And if she wants to, she can earn more, via some syringes Hector left. Hector isn't stingy to her or to Eri. Most of her quirks are support types for her fighting style. Invisibility, Farsight, infrared vision, and many others. She also has several quirks to keep her alive. After going through the secret passage, with various contingencies, Kana enters an underground laboratory, which is empowered by an underground river, so it can operate smoothly. She walks in the silent hallways. She goes through rooms with weapons, supplies, gold bars, several things Hector left so she could have a comfortable life. Kana ignores all this to go to the most important room. After opening the super reinforced door, she finds a small room with 4 tubes, each with an item inside, floating in the liquids of the tubes. Several devices blink and beep, showing that they are keeping the things in the tubes conserved. Kana looks at the items with a complicated look and sighs. I know you said to only come here for emergencies, but I came to give you some news. Kana tells Hector that he is frozen in the middle tube, or rather, a clone of Hector. Hector doesn't know if he could return to this world using a Gtacha card, so he left his own precautions. There are 4 things in this room. The first one that Kana is looking at and talking to is a clone of Hector made with the effort of several quirks like Twice and Clone. He is currently in suspended animation. It's not even known if it's possible to keep it without self-destructing once the tube opens. The second item is a high-end Nomu, also a clone of Hector, a mindless beast that will only carry out Kana and Eri's orders. This clone can be considered the strongest creature in this world. He doesn't have all of Hector's powers, obviously, but his resistances makes him unstoppable in his mission to protect the 2 women. Most important to Hector in this world. Kana can activate it at any time. This clone is actually more of a Gigantomachia clone than Dr. Gariki did, but was injected with Hector's cells. The third and fourth items are smaller. An eyeball and a femur. Hector eyeball and femur, withdrawing from his body by his own hands. Hector doesn't know if it's possible to go back at the moment, but in the future, Hector knows he will be very powerful in the future if nothing unexpected happens. He read Wuxia/Xiangxia novels, so if he wins a character from these worlds, maybe he can feel his body parts in the Omniverse and track until he finds them. Hector's best shot to return to this world is D4C. If Hector uses boost card enough, maybe D4C will evolve enough to allow Hector to travel between multiverses, and keeping a part of it here can make it easier. Hector also knows that he can win omnipotent characters with cosmic senses that can span through multiverses. So, he left one eye to perhaps observe, and a femur, so maybe he can recreate a body from that femur and control it like a person would control a character within a VR game. These are Hector's contingencies. In the end, he ended up getting too attached to this world. I recently found out I'm pregnant, Kana says, but only silence answers her. Knowing you, I think it's hard that you made a mistake. Did you do it on purpose? But only silence continues to respond. Don't matter. I'm here to break the news. I don't know if you can hear me, but know that I will raise this child to the best of my abilities, she says resolutely. Silence. Then you don't have to worry, she says. For a moment her gaze darts to her eye and femur. Ugh. Hee. I almost had a heart attack when I saw you gouging your own eye out. Hee. You are crazy. I have never seen someone so determined. Silence. Well, Eri is fine too. Finally making friends. Silence. Kana finally can't resist. Sorry. It's a lie. I want you here. I want to raise this child with you. I miss you so much. Sob. Kana starts to cry. She crouching down, resting her face in her knees. After a few minutes she straightens up with a calmer face. Sorry, I lose control. It's just a moment of weakness. Maybe it's the hormones. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything, Hector. I am the adult. Kana says to herself more than to do the silent room. Goodbye. I don't know if I'll be able to go back for now, Kana says and turning away, shoulders trembling. Silence. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe it was just a bubble in the liquid. But as Kana walks through the door, the eye floating in the tube turns, as if it's looking at her retreating back. Damn. I hate you guys. I only pretend to Lady Nagant be the MC first women a fling. A lesson. But now I'm liking her. The blame is all mine. So I can put the blame wherever I want. So I put the blame in all of your guys. Well, we don't see the BNHA world for a long time now. I only pretend to this interlude be 2k worked max. And now there's 5.8k words. I hate myself for my lack of control. Bye bye. I'm still fucked with my time, so don't expect releases so frequent. Interesting for you, I can't do anything alone. Everyone has their flaws and imperfections, but that's what drive us to work together. To make up for those flaws. Together, we make the perfect main character. Jintoki Sakata, from Gintama. Hello. In this chapter let's see how the summons will work. I don't know why so many people appear be surprised to have summons in this story. I'm saying it will have from day one. I worked hard on developing Lady Nagant as a training for future summons. Let's see how it goes. I hope you all like my approach in the subject. I know that many don't like. Believe it, I don't like too much either. But gotcha is this. The assimilation part is created by me, BTW. Any constructive criticism is appreciated, please comment. For those who don't like it ever after reading, well, you can always stop reading. Now for the chapter. Enjoy. Summon. I use Isabella card. Do you want to use a background customization card? 04. This time I say yes. Seeing the number of background customization cards decreasing to 3, 2 screens appear in front of me. To be more exact, 2 holograms, perpendicular to each other, that seem to mimic the function of a computer. The one horizontal to the floor shows a regular keyboard, and the one facing me shows a text. In the text it seems to have a default background for Isabella. Isabella, 33 years old, born in England, orphan, graduate in London Academy for Household Staff Training. Maid schools are a real thing? Damn. So, she would be hired by my relatives to work here. That would be her identity. I have to say, it suits her. Let's try to change some things. To test the limits of this background customization card, she's a princess of England, I type. The text turns red. Declined. It seems like it has to make a little sense. I wonder if Valentine could be the president of the USA. If I summoned him. Do background customization cards have these reality powers to this level? I will maintain this thought in mind to the future. She has various degrees accepted. Isabella is super smart. A genius indeed, so it's not uncommon for her to have a high-level education. Oh, I can change her age a little. Only up to 21 minimum. She has to be an adult, huh? I'll keep 33 for now. I have the Lojvidi quirk anyway. I don't want to change it too much, because maybe it will change her memories. If she has memories. I think I'll just add a few things to her resume. The text is very basic. Oh, let me test. She loves Hector, haha. I write jokingly. The text turns red. So I can't change her personality. Background only. Fair. I think with my chin resting on my fingers. I didn't write this last seriously, it was just a test. I have no intention of having any romantic relationship with her. Well, I think that's it. Pressing enter, the floating screens close and motes of light appear again, just like when I summoned Cathalhu. The difference is that the particles split, and begin to form 2 figures. One of them is a large brown suitcase. Her luggage, I conclude. Honestly, I was half expecting to the summon to appear naked. I don't get an item or clothes if it's not a package, when I assimilate the characters. But it seems that summons have their own items. An advantage for summoning. I will also keep that in mind, to always assimilate the package because otherwise it will be a waste. Anyway, I move my eyes to the second form that's materializing, Isabella. Isabella was a fair-skinned, tall woman with a pair of deep purple eyes. Her dark hair was tied into a bun that hung down onto the back of her head. She wore an attire which consists of a black dress with a white blouse underneath it and a white apron over it. She looks around a little, apparently confused, until her eyes located me. She starts to stare at me. I don't move or say anything. I just remain seated with Cathalhu in my lap, stroking his back. I want to gauge her reactions. None of my powers, be it the Force, Haki, or otherwise, point out any ill intentions coming from her. She keeps staring at me, but I don't even care, just continue staring back. She seems to expect me to speak first. Submissive much? Don't speak if her superior don't talk to her first? But it looks like she understands the power play here, and she decides to lose the game. She is the first to speak. She first bow a little, with her hands together in her front. I'm pleased to meet you, Master. Oh ho. I still don't say anything. And she doesn't lift her head. And Master? Is this natural to all summons? Or just because Isabella is that kind of character? I honestly doubt someone like Huntress will act like that. At least in the beginning. Master. I decide to speak. She lifts her head slightly to look at me, but she doesn't respond. So let's press a little. But at the same time it's not good for me to reveal my low knowledge about the situation itself, for now at least. What's the last thing you remember? I ask. This is important. She looks unsure on how to answer. I died. She replies, it looks like this strange situation is finally sinking in. And also the fact that she died opens up two possibilities. The essence always picks up some alternate version that always dies, perhaps to facilitate detachment from the former world. Or the essence just follows the most actual character event in the corresponding fictional work. Spoiler alert. Isabella actually dies in the manga. I don't remember the details. I think she dies defending one of the children. Redeeming herself. Classic. Stopping to think about it, she is not pure evil. Despite raising children like cattle, she just focuses on her own survival. I think she just values her own life, right? Since she was one of the children in her childhood. Oh, now that I'm noticing, my three potential summons can be considered people who act more on the dark side, but the three have lined up quite different moral alignment. Evil, neutral and good. Shago is evil, but she is cartoonish evil. At least because the cartoon was for kids. I wonder how unrestrained she will be now. More realistic, I suppose. Isabella is neutral. She did bad things, but it was for self-preservation and her own interests. It could be said that she was forced by circumstances. And Helena, Huntress, is good. But she is an anti-hero. She has no qualms about killing criminals. All of them are different shades of gray. Like me. What coincidence. It's not a coincidence. I did it on purpose. The three summons can't be considered good people, nor bad people. But each one has a certain approach to things that will balance the MC's relationship with them. My condolences. I think. But do you know how you got here now? I keep. Master bought me here. Yes, but even I don't know the details. I want to know how. She seems to understand my silence and continues. Isabella POV. I should be dead. All my life, since Leslie's death, I've had only one goal, to survive. To survive, to keep Leslie's memory alive. I did everything I could. I became what I hated and feared the most. After all, in this world, there are those who eat, and those who are eaten. Even if you can't be one of those that eat, you can be on their side. And that's why I have give up my freedom for the sake of my survival, living at the mercy of those demons. Fufu. Ironically, the moment I felt most free, the moment I finally got back to making my own choices, it was the moment of my death. When I saved Emma. Stepping in front of the attack. It was a good feeling, finally doing what I wanted. Freeubnui.com. But then came the feelings of uncertainty and fear. I was dying. What would happen to me? It was then that I felt something reaching for me. A new chance. A new opportunity. When I got this opportunity, I instinctively knew what it was about. A proposal of servitude, in another world. I wasn't forced, but I accepted it anyway. I had seen all my children grow up splendidly. I have no regrets. When I center myself, I no longer had my mortal wound and was facing a boy, almost a man. He has dark curly hair and bright blue eyes that seem to stare at my soul. He's sitting with a gray cat, watching me. The cat strangely stares at me too, as if he's smart. Looking at this person, I immediately understand who he is. He is the person I agreed to serve. I feel relieved to see that he is human. But my instincts say he's dangerous beyond comprehension. More dangerous than an ordinary demon. Perhaps an existence like him Him or the one is the Demon King / final boss of the manga Yakusoku no Neverland. I wait for him to speak to me, but he just remains silent. I see. Power play. No problem. I already know I'm the one with lowest level of this relationship. After a little chat I start to explain my circumstances in more detail. After my death I felt something reaching for me. I instinctively knew it was a proposition for another chance. I say honestly, I don't feel like lying to this person. He seems to be thinking with his chin between his fingers. Come here, he says to me after a while. I approach. He extends his hand. Put your hand in mine. And relax. I obey. Tell me, Isabella, what do you value most? He asks. His voice reverberates in my ears. I answer without thinking. I note that he already know my name. As expected. Survival and freedom I see. He says as he keeps his hand holding mine. Hector POV Wadahak. The essence is fucking scary. Listening to Isabella's story, reading her mind, using confession and lie detector. In addition to haki, force and other powers, I can get an excellent idea of the situation. And the only thing I can think about is how much the essence is. Consider it. Maybe, I was half expecting the essence to kidnap the characters, like the waifu catalog I saw on the internet in my past life. But it looks like essence kind of saved her? Well, it wasn't much of a choice, after all the other option was death. But even if that Isabella refused, the essence would probably go on to the next Isabella till someone accept. In another alternate universe, maybe she wasn't even the first option. But is the essence really sentient like that? Or is in it programmation? TCH. It's no use thinking about these things. I can only be grateful for the benefits. Delving in Isabella memories I can see the moment something comes to her, and give the proposal, instinctively giving her the in and outs of the agreement. I also know now how she feels about me. Doting, affection, fear, respect, loyalty. These things. These are feelings that Isabella herself felt for other people in her world. Fear of the demons, doting for her children. And the essence is slowly transferring those feelings to me. As the bond relationship grows, the stronger these feelings for me get. So someone like Mikasa, who has strong feelings for Eren, will be conditioned to love me instead of the people she cares about. In the end, putting myself at the highest level of importance for my summons. Like I said, fucking scary. Not to mention the loyalty that is built into summons. I know now, it's fucking subtly. They don't even realize. They believe it's only natural to serve me. Isabella feels that it makes no sense to even consider betraying me. With that I felt more relaxed. Looks like I won't have a problem with summons. I just need to be aware of the personalities. After all, someone free-spirited like Luffy will be hard to deal with. Or someone who has no relationship with anyone. These types will need a little tough love. That's if I invoke them. Theses types look more trouble than they are worth. Now let's do some subtle manipulation. All for one style. Your life and your freedom, huh? You know, Isabella, I really won't mind letting you go. Confessing to you, you're the first person I bring here. If you want, you can be free. I will give you money and some resources for you to adapt to this new world. I say, knowing full well what her response will be. She looks at me a little surprised, before calming her expression. I appreciate the consideration. But I would like to follow the master, to repay the second chance, she says after a moment. As expected, I just give her the illusion of choice. The only connection she has in this world right now is me. It would be weird and illogical if she just ditched me. But honestly, I wouldn't mind too much if she left. It wouldn't be a big loss. If she really accepted my proposal, I would just stop summoning characters. Lose Isabella here would be worth to avoid losses in the future. I see, I reply, then I'll be in her care. I know a little about you. So relax, I won't ask you to commit any atrocity, and I won't put you in imminent danger. Let's get along well from now on. I say, extending my hand with a smile. I see her hesitate, before putting again that calm smile on her face. Her mama mask. Maybe she distrusts me a little, like with every person that has been her superior. It's okay, I have time to change this. I will be in your care then, master. She speaks. If I didn't see the bond relationship raising to 2, I'd think she's just saying what I want to hear. Isabella bond relationship, 2/10 assimilation slot, empty. It seems that creating a relationship is easier than I expected. It just takes a little effort on my part. But me knowing the characters, knowing what to say and to do, is easy peasy. And a slot for assimilation, huh? It must be because of my imbue card perk. Master up. My name is Hector. You can take it easy, do you know? I say. So Master Hector, she speaks. Well, do what you want if Alfred can call Batman Master Bruce. I don't think it's going to be that weird. But try just calling me Hector if the situation calls for it. Read the mood. Okay. I will keep that in mind, she says while giving a slight bow. I have some questions for you, Isabella. As you already know, I have the power to bring people from different realities to help me. In fact, you are the first sentient I bring. That's Cathalhu, by the way. Take care of him, too. I say, pointing to the cat who is just rolling up on the couch right now. Lazy bastard. Looking at Isabella's memories, only the last. I saw that she knows of my summoning power. But she doesn't know the details. She doesn't know about Gtacha. In fact, she didn't even know my name, appearance, or any powers I have. Going back, so to understand a little about this power of mine, I want you to answer me. I keep. She just nods her head, understanding the importance of this. I noticed you don't have your number tattooed on your neck anymore, I tell her, her eyes widening, unconsciously bringing a hand to the place where her mark had previously been. But what about another scars? Could you go to the bathroom and check your body condition? And while you're there, may I look at your luggage? I ask. These things are important. No problem. I will check immediately. And you can look at my suitcase. I don't even know what's in it actually, she says. And after I point the way to the bathroom, I go check Isabella's belongings. Opening her brown trunk, I get to see what's inside. Clothes, documents, passport. Nothing out of the ordinary. Isabella Grace, huh? I didn't see the name when editing her background. Could I have altered it? Was it generated automatically? Wait, isn't Grace the name of the fields where they raise the children to be eaten? After looking in everything, ignoring Isabella undergarments, I feel she returning from the bathroom. I close the suitcase, after getting everything organized again. It looks like you only have clothes and your documents. No other personal belongings. And what did you discover? I turn around and ask. As expected. I don't have any old scars. I remember having some little scars on my knees and hands from my childhood, and others that I acquired during my training. Even my pregnancy stretch marks disappeared. She speaks to me professionally. That's mean we can consider this a completely new body that your soul is perhaps dwelling on right now, I say. She looks at her hands in fascination. I think these concepts are new to her. What I don't talk about is my second theory, that maybe she is a copy/clone of the Isabella who accepted to come work for me. Perhaps she was created by the essence alone. The essence found a compatible Isabella, which she gladly accepted to be transported, and then made a copy with all the memories. This would make sense, as it wouldn't interfere with the life and death cycle of the summons home world. In Isabella's world there is no problem, but in high-level worlds, I feel it's much more safe and convenient just making a copy. But I won't say that. Another issue is the scars. Small scars and without importance is okay, but scars like of Valentine, Shanks, and others that are part of the character design, will they disappear too? Only the future will answer. I will need to summon more to know. I assume your body is in top condition, right? I ask. Yes. I feel great. No pain or discomfort. Thank you for your concern. Don't think too much about it. It's good that you don't have any problems. Even if you had some old wound, I could heal you, I say, and she shows a slightly confused expression. Right, you don't know much about me, or my world, do you? Follow me. I will give a little explanation, I say, and start heading towards my basement. Cathalhu gets up from where he was rolling around on the couch and starts following us. But later I will talk about the world we are in. I will talk a little about me now. In short, I copy powers, and I can give powers. That's the essential. I won't say more than that. Not because I don't trust you, but in this world there are people who can read minds and with all sorts of ridiculous methods. So the less you know about me, the better. I hope you do not mind, I say, and she nods her head. This is a caution I have to take, now that I will have people that know my identity. But I'm already working on a way to block psychics. Telepaths being a problem would happen anyway. Far better to have my subordinates who I know are Loyal on my side. The benefits outweigh the losses. Mind reading. She speaks a little surprised. Yes. This world is dangerous in a different way than yours. I will explain in detail later. We have arrived. I say after we arrive at our destination. I want you to help me with something, Isabella. I say thinking of a card in my inventory. Demon Blood Art, Infinity Castle using a room of at least 4mx4mx4n as a base. The user can use this ability to grow infinite other rooms or spaces connected with the base space. The user also possesses dominion over the space, being able to manipulate and alter it at will. The user can also spawn portals at any location to transport people outside the fortress or to anywhere within it. I will use the imbue card mechanic to give the card to Isabella. She will act like that ONI who played Baiwa. Initially I thought about acquiring the card and then passing with my powers. But I want to test if it is possible to copy this kind of power. Also, power cards give instinctive knowledge of how to use them. I remember this because I used Miss Melita power and the source of all living beings. Far better for that knowledge to go to the person who is actually going to use the power. Using the card, it disappears and I see Isabella widening her eyes for a moment. This is. I just give you a power. Do you know how to use it? Yes. Somehow. Come here again. I say and touch her shoulder. Yup. I can copy. Neat. That's good and bad. Good that I can give these cards away without any problems, and bad because it means that these powers don't have any special protection that coming from the essence. They can be as easily copied by others, probably. It's up to me to be careful. Well, it's expected. You want everything easy, right Hector? Do you want a petit gâteau too? Okay. I just confirmed something. Can you use Infinity Castle here? Using the basement as a foundation? I ask. Yes. I think I can. Isabella responds and starts walking towards the center of the basement. She closes her eyes in concentration. Apparently nothing changes. But I feel certain changes happening in space. Done. I just add 64 new rooms. Isabella speaks after about 2 minutes. That many? Very good. I will be satisfied with about 10. Can you open a door to them? I keep. Yes. She speaks and a door appears on the opposite wall. It doesn't look Japanese like it did originally. Has her personality changed the form of power? Passing through the Western-style door, I see it's a similar space to the basement I was in, only empty. You know, you can probably customize the space a little bit. You can make Theses rooms become AMC Escher painting if you want. You can try in your spare time. I say. She doesn't seem to get a reference. By the way, later I will give you some things for you to study this world. Culture, history, common sense. Alright, Master Hector Master Hector. Now I know what Theses Isekai protagonists feel when they buy slaves. It's really weird. Taking a tablet of my inventory, I teach Isabella how to use. To know a little of the world. But this situation makes me think. This might be a slight problem in the future. I mumble. Isabella looks at me and says, are you talking about the cultural and historical shock that the people you bring may have? Yes. I should have considered it sooner. But someone from a very different world, or even from a different era, will have trouble adapting. It might even call unwanted attention. Well, there's the imbue card mechanic. If I don't want to assimilate someone, and see that it's going to be troublesome, I will just have some subordinate I already have a high-level relationship assimilate in my place. I don't think Muchiro will be summoned anyway. Better I assimilate it or give it to Psycho. But I don't intend to summon Psycho for at least some months. She really isn't very helpful. I only consider summoning her because of her personality. Shouldn't be a problem if I order her to do some dirty work. She just needs some power UPS. Well, Isabella, I'll be here for a while. You can make lunch and familiarize yourself with the house in the meantime. Call me when you're ready. I also want to know if Infinity Castle will be active even if you are far away. I say, and with that after a bow, she left me to my own devices. Alone, I take off my shirt and get to work. Isabella POV. I see, this world looks similar to the human world where I come from. Before the catastrophes that happened and the demons. I've already taken a tour of the entire mansion that is now my new home. It is quite spacious for one person to live alone. The big difference is people running around in colorful clothes, calling themselves heroes and villains. Opening the cupboards, I see that the food is close to running out. It's only likely for another 2 or 3 days. I will bring this matter to Master Hector. Master Hector, I can't help but be a little hopeful about my future. Despite what I left behind, I know Emma, Norman, and Ray will be fine. I'm finally free. Well, more or less. But is a progress. Letting the TV on, I start preparing a lunch with what I have on hand. I have to keep up with the news. As I walk past the kitchen, I see a paper forgotten in the corner. The sloppy calligraphy, the drawings, and scratches on the paper show that it was something done in a non-serious way. The paper reads, "Things to do to honor all my fellow nerds/weebs who didn't get the same chance as I did. Foo-foo. Spanking all bald heads of the universe in their shiny heads. Grab Captain America shield and sing his song. Webs linger with Spider-Man. Punching Cyclops. Smash all alien races babes. Be crushed by She-Hulk thighs. Say I'm Batman when asked how something. Ride a dinosaur. Call Namor a seaman." And many others. Foo-foo. There are some drawings of a man saluting the sun while crying. And a dog holding a club and the onomatopoeia bonk on the side. Obviously this was done just for fun. Maybe Master Hector was bored. But it shows that for all that serious face, he's quite young. I will take care of him, I think, rolling up my sleeves and starting to make lunch. And I just want to remind everyone that the MC is quite young. We've only seen him in serious situations till now. So is easy to forget about it. There's also the fact that he doesn't have a friend at his age to act silly. In the future there will be a little of progress when he opens up to certain people. Without losing his personality, obviously. Hector POV. The Bond relationship with Isabella went up one more. Did she have any character development? Oh no. Maybe she found my baby pictures and now has awakened her maternal instincts. Oh. Anyway, I'm relaxed now. I already understand that it's really impossible for me to be betrayed by my summons. Shifting my focus to what I have at hand. And this goes here. I've spent the last few hours using my creation power to make the pieces of all machinery I'm assembling. Making the machinery complete is difficult. And much more likely to make a little mistake and screw everything up. It's better to do it little by little. I have to say that I'm respecting Yayo Rosumomo now. Of all my powers, creation is the hardest to use. I'm also using my hands. The force is not so accurate. So I have to limit myself with some minor telekinesis powers. Another problem is energy. This hideout of mine cannot be connected to the power grid. So, I already made a generator, which I would recharge using my electrical powers. My house will not be my main laboratory. It is dangerous in many ways. First, this is a residential area. If it explodes or worse, people will be affected. Second, it's easy to track points that use large amounts of energy. To get more attention than that, just with a bat signal. This is Marvel, and I know those satellites out there in space are ridiculously overpowered. I really want an arc reactor. Too bad I lose my Chakni. Stark must be much more careful now, after the whipslash incident. And later I will make my new suit. Now that I have nanotechnology, things are going to be cooler. The nanotechnology I've studied isn't as bullshit as Tony Stark and his bleeding edge suit, but it will do. At most. I can program the nanobots to have two forms. The sleep mode, which will consist in the nanobots assembling something smaller and hidden. And the active form, which is when the suit will be operating. Like the glove Melissa Shield made for Midoriya in that first movie. The last machine I built is a nanoprinter. Using the materials, it will produce the nanobots in large quantities, according to my specifications. Basically, I'm making nanobots with a 3D printer. Lunch is ready, Master Hector. Isabella says after entering the room I find myself. The door was open so she doesn't knocks. She takes a look around, seeing all the machinery. Looks like you've worked hard. But it looks like you're one of those types who get too focused and lose track of time, Master Hector. I will keep that in mind in the future, hee. Already worried about my habits? Don't worry. I'm not fragile enough to get sick if I'm a little late to eat or miss a few hours of sleep. I say, getting up and stretching a little. Let's go. Oh, that's look great. I say, watching the food on the table. Thank you. By the way, food stocks are low. Isabella speaks. Tomorrow I'll give you money so you can buy the missing things, and things for Cathalhu. Too, I say, tossing a fish in the air, and Cathalhu catching it with his tentacles. The scene seems to surprise Isabella. Hee. Sorry, I didn't explain. Cathalhu here is an alien race called Flurkin. They can do this differently than other cats. The rest is the same. I say sitting down and I notice something strange. Have you eaten? I don't see your plate and silverware, I ask. I'll eat later. Isabella, go get a plate and sit with me at the table. Let's eat together. It will also be a good time to talk, I say, and she obeys. While waiting for her to come back, I think it's really hard to deal with people from different backgrounds. I have to be careful who I summon. For now it's fine. But I don't know if I'll have time in the future to work on my relationship with each. Summon. I throw another fish to Cathalhu. It's really cool to see him catching a fish in the air. When Isabella returns, and we start to eat, I start talking about the world she lives in now. Aliens, high technology, magic, gods. Giving a crash course about everything. Reinforcing her not to put herself at risk and draw attention. She just needs to take care of my normal life and be my teleporter. I'll make a copy of Warp Gate later. After all, in the future I don't want to have to be the only one who can teleport, in case more subordinates need to move. I wonder if I should make a pamphlet to facilitate this acclimatization process. You just have been yitted to this world? 101 frequently asked questions and everything you need to know to adapt. After lunch I go back to my temporary laboratory. Time to upgrade my suit. Before, I give Isabella a copy of Warp Gate, for her to get used to. Now she has 2 powers of a spatial nature. I want to see if they can combine and get stronger. Now I'm going to focus a little on myself. Let's start with my cloak. Since I left the old one in the world of Nha, according to some knowledge I received while sleeping, Batman's cape is made of a material called memory fiber. This material hardens when a certain electric current passes through it, so the cape can be used to glide. As I don't need to use like this and don't even know the molecular component of this material, I will make my new mantle with high-density polarized titanium. Enough to defend myself or someone I want to protect if I find myself without powers. I doubt there's anything out there that can cancel out all of my powers, due to their diverse nature. But prevention is good. My unstable molecule uniform is now laced with nanobots to instant repair. My utility belt is made of sterner stuff too. The compartments are made of titanium and the rest is made of high-density polyethylene. Initially I was worried about using any kind of metal, because of the possibility that I would face Magneto. But I will make a specific costume to face him too. And even if he tries to control my cloak or utility belt, he will find it difficult because of my magnetic powers too. In the worst case, this world's Magneto is already a monster of electromagnetism, and any precaution in not to use metals is useless. Electromagnetism is not one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe for nothing. The movies and cartoons actually downplayed the man. I will have contingencies for him, as well as for all the powerhouses in this universe. Now that I have a lab, things can progress. After finishing the adjustments to my suit, I decide to go visit the garage. There are some useful things, but I'm here for the vehicles. My father's car was rendered inoperable in the accident. Meanwhile, there's still my mom's car and my dad's motorcycle. As my parents worked at the same hospital, they usually only used one car, and my father rarely used the motorcycle. My mom's car is a white Toyota Camry. Despite the year being 2004, such a car is at the level of 2012/14 cars. I've already noticed that this world has progressed faster compared to my other one. My dad's motorcycle is inspired by one of his favorite movies. It's a special edition, Triumph Steve McQueen. Just like the movie The Great Escape. The bike is dark green. I think I'll paint it black. I'll use the bike to go to school tomorrow. Get to work. Hours later I'm in front of a full-length mirror, observing the appearance of my Eidolon persona. My colors are predominantly black, with white highlights. I can't be too dark if I'm going to try to be a hero. Form-fitting UMF suit, utility belt, half ninja-like mask. My mantle also now has white accents lines. My heroic symbol is a simple spiral with an E in the middle. It looks like an eye. It is in spiral to represent the Gtacha roulette. Not that anyone will know about it. Now my looks, I'm a few inches taller and more muscular, especially now that I'm not wearing baggy clothes. My hair is a long Iron Man bun style, only white to be as different as possible from my normal hair. Sharp eyebrows and eyes generally purple or red, changing depending on the powers I use. There's no way to relate Hector and Eidolon. Giving a little clue, like a little bit of my face or height, will fool anyone who wants to find out my identity. Thank you, I say to Isabella as I receive my mantle, and drape it over my shoulders. Pulling the hood up to cover the upper part of my face, I say, Isabella, open a portal 2 kilometers diagonally in that direction. I say, pointing to any point. I have a simple goal today. Yes, Master Hector, she responds as she turns her hand into mist. Black and purple is her mist color, more black than purple, differentiating a little from Kurogiri. Turning invisible, I cross the portal. Watching New York from above a gargoyle, I can cross one of the things off my list. As I said, I have a simple goal tonight. I will not find anyone, save anyone, or steal anything. I just want to recon. One of the things the One for All holders taught me is about know your turf. So I'm going to walk around New York a little bit, discover each nook and cranny of this city. Every dead end, shortcut, abandoned building, busiest places, high levels of violence. Everything. I'm not going to throw myself head on into this hero business and just hope it all works out. I will prepare. Today is not my official debut, but that doesn't mean I can't give a subtle help. While I'm invisible, I've already made some muggers faint with Conqueror Hacky, telekinetically protect a guy who is going to suffer an accident, deflect some bullets that would hit a policeman, damage the engine of a runaway car from some bandits, reduce the flames of a building and others. Those things, without revealing that there's someone behind the scenes. I've been at this for like 2 hours now. New York really has problems. I could start looking for Fisk now, but I won't. Because I'll end up killing him. Not that I won't kill him anyway. But if he dies, he will create a power vacuum, causing trouble for ordinary people. Fisk is going to die, in the cruelest way I can imagine. But not now. I will find out everything about him, his business, his properties, his subordinates and allies. And then I'll take everything from him. And destroy what I don't want. I will also use him to learn more about the other criminal organizations here in New York. I remember that the Hand operates here too, right? They're a bit more of a problem than Fisk. When I discover everything about these bastards, everything in its right time, they think they are hiding, operating in the shadows. I'm the only one in the shadows, they don't even know I exist. And this will be their demise. I think that I will end for today. I have a good idea of the layout of New York. Time to my daily meditation. Taking one last quick tour on the premises, I feel someone's distress. Hesitating a bit, I decide to head to where I feel this disturbance. I meet a thug with a knife halfway into one woman's stomach, while another is unconscious on the floor and bleeding. TCH, appearing in this dark alley in the next moment I already knock the criminal unconscious and I'm going to treat the woman. I know I can't save everyone, and if I start having a hero crippling complex, it will only make my life miserable. But I can't help but feel bad. After all, I only hesitated a little, because I wanted to get home a little earlier. Not very heroic. It's a common feeling. Someone trying to finish a task quickly and be able to rest at home, then ended up doing things in a hurry and in a bad way, resulting in future problems. TCH. I need to be better. I can't stay 24/7 being a hero, but I need to dedicate myself 100% when I put on my mantle. The women seem out of danger now. I'll just TCH. I didn't want to meet anyone today. I turn around and stop the coming punch to my head with one hand. Then the collision made a loud sound. Strong enough to blow the head of a normal person. My eyes harden. I think this is a misunderstanding, I say after taking a good look at the newcomer. Dark, bald, goatee, very tall and muscular, and with super strength. Can only be Luke Cage. He doesn't look like the actor. Oh pal, I think anyone can understand the situation very well, he says as he takes a stance. Sigh, is this some sort of common trope of Marvel and DC? Where when two supers meet, is there always a misunderstanding for them to fight and have a little fan service? I can understand your confusion. I start while standing still. Guy in black, in an alley, unconscious woman in the ground. But I just helped the two, from that guy. So, I'm on my way, I say turning around. Sigh, he attacks again. Stronger this time. And I stop the same way. Seeing his eyes widening, I can't help but speak. This is the second time you've attacked me with lethal force. It means you're ready to put your life on the line too, right? Releasing some Conqueror Hacky. To stun him I move fast and kick him in his chin. to shake his brain. It doesn't matter if his skin is impenetrable, if his organs can still be affected by vibrations. Or Ryu, the advanced form of armament haki, that can hurt the insides of a person. I'm still practicing it. It's one of my contingencies for these invulnerable guys. Sound attacks are good too. Seeing him fall to the ground, I stick 2 fingers in his mouth and use an electrical attack, leaving him completely unconscious now, falling to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Ah, what a complication. Well, let's test if I can copy Mutate's powers. Luke Cage POV Erg. Did anyone write down the license plate of the space shuttle that fell on top of me? Blinking to try to get the groggy feeling out of my head, I start to realize where I am. A dark and dirty alley. The hooded guy? Standing up abruptly, I look around, seeing the alley empty, with the exception of the guy using a mantle leaning against a wall. Took you long enough. He says I thought I'd leave you here, but who knows who might show up to fuck your in the ass, Mr. Luke Cage. He says, checking a document. My document. The fucker has my wallet. Chill, I didn't steal anything, he says, tossing my wallet to my chest. I'm still a little dizzy, and it takes me a while to catch up. I look around again and notice something else. The 2 women? Where are they? A point to you, for caring about the well-being of both. I dropped the 2 in front of the police station, along with the mugger. They woke up 5 seconds after I left. After a little shouting, the police came to arrest the criminal. The guy says, but, minus 100 point to attack me without talking first. He says, getting more serious. I start but am interrupted. Wanted to settle with my fists because you were sure you were going to win, right? It's easy to want to get a superior position before speaking, right? Too used to not having a worthy opponent, Mr. Cage. He interrupts, speaking quickly, every word hitting my head like a hammer. You need to be careful, Mr. Cage. The world is a more dangerous place than you can imagine. If was someone else in my place, you'd be dead. Or worst. Ever felt powerless? Well, I'm also mad that you used enough force to kill a normal person right off the bat. What if you had blown off an innocent man's head? I don't think. Yes, you didn't. He says, leaving no room for arguments. I'm sure if my head weren't spinning, I could have articulated my words better. Well, I'm leaving now. Seeing your strength, I doubt you'll have any trouble getting home. Farewell. The hooded man says, turning and walking. I thought you were one of them. I talk fast before he leaves. This guy don't appears to be so bad. Maybe he can solve that problem. He turns around. But continue in silence. There are people disappearing around the neighborhood. Kidnapped. A friend saw some guys carrying a homeless man into a van. Some kids don't come home from school. Someone is kidnapping people. And I thought you were one of them. Have you ever confronted one of these kidnappers? The hooded man asks. No, but I know people that I can trust who have seen them. But people are too scared to do anything. I will investigate, he says before walking to the end of the dead end. After a while I follow, and I don't find any sign of the man. He looks like he disappeared in thin air. Ugh. Massaging my head, I start to think about the cloaked man words. Did I really get arrogant? Just because I'm stronger than the others? I've always been such a peace guy, but since that day that I gained my powers, I never had to worry about anyone hurting me again. Bar fights, muggers. I can walk away from all this unscathed. At some point, I actually stopped trying to make conversation and just beat the shit out of opponents. This guy was right. I act like that because I knew I would come out on top in a fist fight. Ugh. I'm feeling like shit in all forms now. Hector POV Luke Cage. One of my favorite heroes. And he was a guy I thought I could become friends with in this world. But apparently reality is often disappointing. Never meet your heroes, huh? Well, I think his heart was in the right place. But he let the power go to his head. Now the list of guys that I could share a beer in this world dwindles. Honestly, the number of people here that I can trust is very low. Using my meta-knowledge as a reference, they may be different here. But like Peter Parker, Thor, and Captain America. And I think that's all. There's Wolverine and others, but those guys have already made their dick moves sometimes in the media. Really, I think I'll take a page out of Sung Jin-woo's book, and just trust my back to my summons. It doesn't mean that I will cut off any relationship with the people of this world. But I can't trust the too much either. Never expect anything from anyone and you will never be disappointed, my father told me one time. Changing the subject, Luke Cage was strong. Very strong. I think almost 100 tons into the strength scale. But only using one for all, I am already stronger. Combined with the rest, I can defeat him in head-to-head combat at any time. I beat him so fast because I knew him, and I had the means to end the fight fast. But now, I have his mutate power too. Heh. I think his mutate power came from an experiment that tried to replicate the super soldier serum or something. And now I could confirm that I can copy mutates. It took 5 minutes. I think the type of power influences the copy time, in addition to the level. And people disappearing, huh? Since this is Marvel, I can say there's a conspiracy. I would guess, illegal experiments in humans. But who? I'll investigate. I didn't assimilate the best detective in the world for nothing. Hello again. I hope you all liked the new chapter. Let's talk about some reviews that I will answer. Someone says taught the MC sometimes don't use everything taught he gained through the gacha. Well, this is on purpose. When you gain things random, sometimes you can't find a use to everything right away. So to give a little realism. Tailing about realism, some comments about the drama OU realism of this FIC. Saying about this is a wish fulfillment. There is no need to such realism. We want escapism. Well, I disagree. The selling point of this fanfic is this little realism. I made this way on purpose. Things don't always work to the MC. Maybe he will even lose. Nah. He is Batman. And everyone knows, Batman always wins. But that doesn't mean that will be easy, or that he will not suffer a little. Another thing. Some dear readers has give constructive criticism that the MC doesn't have a goal. I like constructive criticism. Well, I did it on purpose. Initially the MC doesn't have a goal, later he wants to bring justice for the parents' death. Now maybe he wants to meet Kana and Eri again. And lastly, he wants to survive. Nothing too ambitious maybe. But let me ask. Is it wrong to live without a dream? Or a big goal? I don't have a big dream myself. I believe many are like that too. The MC is pretty normal. He's moving forward first out of necessity. In the future, he will discover things he wants to do. As he's found out he wants to return to the world of Gtacha as example. Maybe help the mutants, metahumans, or explore the universe. Or other universes.